Chapter 1730. But before he could react, his universe ring had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Not only that, but a hand had also appeared in front of his chest, pinching his immortal heart with unerring accuracy. Give up resisting, or your immortal heart will shatter in the next moment. Yi Xian solemnly reminded him. The inner sect disciple felt his immortal heart being pinched and exerted force. If he didn't obey, he was afraid he would immediately die. However, he didn't know what Yi Xian meant by giving up resisting. In the next moment, he understood. On the way here, Yi Xian had secretly used Force Devour on this person. Originally, with 18 points of luck, the success rate of Force Devour should have been high, but this time it failed. However, there were times when one's luck was bad, and Yi Xian could understand. Thus, he used the normal method to put this person into the planting space. Seeing that you're the cousin of the person I'm impersonating, and that you gave me the Tranquil sacred lotus, I'll spare your life. Yi Xian grinned and threw this person into a corner of the planting space. Ding! The host has devoured a Tranquil sacred lotus. Bewitchment points decreased by 5. In addition to the 1 point just now, Yi Xian's bewitchment points had dropped to 54 points. If he worked a little harder, it could be reduced to less than half. However, it had to be said that the amount of heaven and earth treasures required for bewitchment points was related to the level of the current realm. If Yi Xian was a 6th-stage Great Golden Immortal, the amount of heaven and earth treasures he required would definitely be more precious than now. After all, he was only a 5th-stage Great Golden Immortal. First, I'll lower my bewitchment points to less than 50 points, then I'll consider leveling up. Yi Xian thought to himself again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease leveling up. Moreover, what he had now was not enough for him to break through. After that, Yi Xian stepped on his flying sword and returned to Xuantianzong. Then, he found the inner sect disciple's residence and ransacked it, but he still couldn't break through. However, he found something interesting in the interspatial ring that he had hidden. There's an explanation of the demonic realm passage. And there's a lot of information. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He did not understand why an inner sect disciple would be interested in the demonic world passage. Could it be that Xuantianzong wanted to open a passage to the demon realm and then have a great battle? It seemed that he had encountered a good thing. Wasn't his goal also to find a passageway to the demon realm and then go to the demon realm? At this time, he thought of another thing. The passage to the demonic realm was not so easy to open. It would take at least years. Perhaps it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. One had to know that time was nothing to immortals. Looks like I still have to investigate thoroughly. Maybe the immortal grade devouring system can speed up the opening of the passage to the demonic realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. The immortal grade devouring system had many uses. It could repair teleportation arrays and speed up the opening of the passage to the demonic realm. However, there was another problem. He was only an outer sect disciple. How was he going to investigate? However, just as he was feeling puzzled, a group of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They were all dressed in black. Their auras were so powerful that they had surpassed the level of great overarching golden celestials. They were all overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When they released their auras, the entire Xuantianzong shook. Demonic cultivators. They're all demonic cultivators. No. The demonic cultivators are attacking. Everyone, get into formation. All the disciples of Xuantianzong could sense the demonic aura from the demonic cultivators. At the same time, the higher-ups of Xuantianzong also rushed out. Xuantianzong, right? Today is the day that your sect will be annihilated. Kill. The leader of this group of Shima devil cultivators gives a loud shout, directly setting off a reign of terror. No one would have thought that this group of demonic cultivators would come and kill as they pleased. At the same time, somewhere in Xuantianzong, 3 Xuantianzong elders were looking at the scene in surprise. Enforcement elder, what's going on? Didn't we say that we would attack in 3 days? One of the elders looked at the white-haired old man standing in the middle. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, No, they're not the demonic cultivators from Hyman Mountain. Oh. Then they're from somewhere else. Why are they attacking Xuantianzong? The leader is a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Let the sect leader and the supreme elder deal with them. If they're injured, it'll be easier for us to carry out our mission in 3 days, the white-haired old man said with a faint smile. In that case, let's enter seclusion immediately. Otherwise, people will say that we're not helping. There were more than a dozen demonic cultivators attacking Xuantianzong. The weakest among them was a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In addition, devil cultivators had strong physiques and were slightly stronger than immortal cultivators at the same level. Therefore, even if the sect master and grand supreme elder of Profound Sky sect joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to get rid of this group of devil cultivators in a short time. How dare you attack my Xuantianzong? Die! A loud roar was heard. Several experts with strong auras charged out from the center of the Black Heaven sect and started fighting with this group of demonic cultivators in an instant. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, an outer court disciple, was deep in thought as he watched the battle in the sky. They don't seem that strong. If Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Jintian join forces, they should be able to deal with one of them. If I can obtain a corpse, I might be able to lower my bedevilment points. At that time, both Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Jintian will be able to become overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to wait and observe the situation first. They did not have to kill the demonic cultivators, but they had to obtain the corpse. The demonic cultivators had 1 grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, 2 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and the rest were grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The demonic cultivators had already defeated many forces in the area. Now that they had arrived at the Xuantianzong, they did not expect the Xuantianzong to have so many experts. The sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong were grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They had 4 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials and more than 20 grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials under their command. Clearly, the demonic cultivators were at a disadvantage. How dare you provoke the Xuantianzong? You're courting death. One of the Xuantianzong exalted celestials shouted furiously. The flying sword he controlled turned into a streak of light and pierced the devil heart of one of the demonic cultivators. This is a good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately summoned Ghost Venerate Azura, Wei Jintian, and the old tree who was a grade 8 great overarching golden celestial. In just a blink of an eye, 3 of them appeared near the corpse. 9 dragons galloping thunder. The old tree appeared next to the corpse in a flash and took the interspatial ring. Then, Yi Xian quickly stored the interspatial ring in his storage space. Chapter 1731. Success. Yi Xian grinned. The reason why the old tree was able to take away the interspatial ring was mainly because Azura Ghost Venerate had used the grasp of the underworld on the assassin. The old tree, Azura Ghost Venerate, and Wei Jintian had disappeared not long after they appeared. Some people did not even see them. Be careful. There are still hidden enemies. The expert from Xuantianzong immediately reacted and shouted. Everyone became more cautious when they heard this. However, the devil cultivators were puzzled. Who were the hidden enemies? Damn it. The people from Hyman Mountain gave us false information. This Xuantianzong is a tough nut to crack. Retreat. The leader of the devil cultivators shouted and retreated quickly. After them. Leave no one alive. Sect leader Xuantianzong shouted. Be careful of the ambush. Xuantianzong's Grand Supreme Elder said through voice transmission. Since these devil cultivators dared to attack Xuantianzong with so few people, they must be up to no good. Therefore, they should not pursue them. Xuantianzong agreed with sect leader Xuantianzong's words. He only chased them out of Xuantianzong. However, since they outnumbered the devil cultivators, they did not suffer any casualties. On the other hand, the devil cultivators lost 3 grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Of course, those disciples had died unjustly. After the demonic Xiamoists left, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect turned his head and asked in astonishment, Elder Lin, what did you mean by a hidden enemy? I'm not sure. Just now, I clearly pierced a demonic cultivator's heart with my flying sword, but in the next moment, a figure took away his Qian Kuan ring. Even his corpse was gone, replied Elder Lin. A figure? What's his cultivation base? Sect leader Xuantianzong asked in shock. Elder Lin was a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could his loot be taken away? I sensed an 8th stage great overarching golden celestial. Apart from that, there was also a 9th stage great overarching golden celestial controlling me from afar. Elder Lin explained. 8th stage or 9th stage great overarching golden immortal? How was this possible? Even a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial would find it difficult to steal the spoils under Elder Lin's watch, let alone a great overarching golden celestial. Elder Lin, are you sure? Sect leader Xuantianzong continued to ask. I'm very sure. I've clearly killed a demonic cultivator. I definitely didn't fall for his illusions. Elder Lin nodded. At this time, another elder at the side said, yes, I saw it too. It's really strange. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that there are still hidden experts in Xuantianzong. Investigate, investigate. Xuantianzong said. He speculated the young man's cultivation base was higher than Elder Lin's. He was a 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That was why Elder Lin had misjudged the young man's cultivation base. While everyone was discussing this matter, Yi Xian had already hidden himself far away. He had already put away the corpse of the 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial along with his interspatial ring. Damn! So many things. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the interspatial ring. He speculated that if he had a breakthrough now, he would be able to break through from a 5th grade great overarching golden celestial to an 8th grade great overarching golden celestial or even a 9th grade great overarching golden celestial. Unfortunately, he could not increase his bedevilment points now that he had obtained a bedevilment point. Fortunately, there were many good items in the interspatial ring. Yi Xian's bedevilment points were reduced to 40 points. Therefore, he should be able to break through now. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a 6th grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding! Lightning Embers has broken through. Host is currently a 9th grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently a 1st grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. Host is currently a 1st grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bedevilment points have increased to 75 points. A series of system notifications rang in the air. Yi Xian had only broken through once, but his bedevilment points had increased from 40 points to 75 points. If he broke through again, he would definitely be bedeviled. My cultivation base has increased too quickly. Sigh. Yi Xian could only sigh. Although he had plenty of cultivation resources, he could not devour them. This was not a good feeling. Currently, he was a 6th grade great overarching golden celestial while the corpse of the 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial was a 6th grade great overarching golden celestial. The difference in their cultivation bases was so great that it would take him a long time to perform a soul search. However, this was a devil cultivator. Who knew if he came from the devil realm? With such a huge difference in their cultivation bases, Yi Xian was mentally prepared. However, on the 3rd day of the soul search, he sensed powerful auras around Xuantianzong. What powerful auras! There are so many experts. Are they trying to destroy Xuantianzong? Yi Xian recovered from the soul search. The auras of the devil cultivators were 3 times stronger than 3 days ago. There were at least 3 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seemed like there was going to be a big battle. Yi Xian loved this kind of big battle the most. He hurriedly put away the corpse of the devil cultivator and went out to observe. As an outer court disciple, he could not participate in such a big battle. However, he wanted to join in and see if he could get some corpses. At this moment, many figures were standing in front of Xuantianzong's mountain gate. These people were all dressed in black. There were more than 100 of them, and the weakest among them was a 9th-grade great overarching golden celestial. Their combined strength was not to be underestimated. As for Xuantianzong's side, they had already begun to gather their men after the sect leader and the supreme elder had sensed the auras of the devil cultivators. This time, the people from the enforcement elders faction had gathered as well. If a fight broke out, Xuantianzong would not lose to these devil cultivators. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. The Haimen Mountain, a new force that has risen recently? The sect leader of Xuantianzong narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the newcomers. Are all of you here to die today? Die? Sect leader, you must be joking. Look at us. Do we look like we're here to die? A person suddenly stepped forward. It was the leader of the devil cultivators who had been defeated 3 days ago. Previously, he had been used by the people from Haimen Mountain to test Xuantianzong's strength. After that, he had caused a huge ruckus on Haimen Mountain. In the end, he had reached an agreement with the leader of Haimen Mountain to occupy Xuantianzong together. He was a 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Together with the 2 leaders of Haimen Mountain, there were 3 of them. Xuantianzong also had 3 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, unbeknownst to them, the 3rd 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial in Xuantianzong's camp had colluded with the people from Haimen Mountain. Let's cut the crap. Celestials and devils can't coexist. Die. The sect leader of Xuantianzong shouted furiously as he made his move. Cultivators usually fought with flying swords. If they gathered together, they would have an advantage in a group fight. Chapter 1732. In just a blink of an eye, the 300 experts began to fight. It was a grand scene with countless flying swords flying everywhere. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing below with a faint smile on his face as he waited for both sides to suffer casualties. However, 3 seconds after the battle began, the experts under Xuantianzong's command suddenly changed their targets after receiving a secret voice transmission from the enforcement elder. Kill! The enforcement elder shouted angrily. In just a blink of an eye, Xuantianzong's people were severely injured. Many of them had even died. What? The sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong were shocked. Why would the enforcement elder attack his own people? Could it be that the enforcement elder had colluded with the people from Haimen Mountain? Right now, this was the only explanation. I don't want to explain. After today, there will be no more Xuantianzong. The enforcement elder shouted angrily as he assisted the 3 experts from the devil cultivators in attacking the sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong. Initially, it was 3 against 3, but now, it was 4 against 2. Moreover, the devil cultivators were naturally strong, so the sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong were defeated in just a blink of an eye. Let's go. The sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong knew they were in trouble. They did not expect the enforcement elder, who was the most senior among them, would betray Xuantianzong. In fact, when they were still disciples, the enforcement elder was already the enforcement elder. It's not that easy to leave now. Stay here. The enforcement elder instantly turned into a streak of light and blocked the path of the 2 experts. Soon after, the sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong were killed. As for the others, when they saw the 2 of them, they began to flee in all directions with a boom. What a joke. Even the sect leader and supreme elder, who were both 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials, had died. What was the point of them staying here? After all, they were facing devil cultivators. Ha ha ha, good. One of the leaders from Haimen Mountain laughed loudly. Now that the 2 troublemakers were dead, it was time for them to rule the world. Below, Xuantianzong's disciples saw this tragedy and quickly fled. Even Yi Xian had the same thought. Although Ghost Empyrean Azura and Wei Jintian had broken through to the overarching Heavenly Supreme Immortal Realm, they were not confident of defeating so many devil cultivators. Fortunately, he had also secretly taken away many interspatial rings during this battle. He had made a lot of money. However, just as he was hesitating, the battle in the air changed dramatically. Just now, the law-enforcing elder, who had assisted the Daoists in killing sect head Xuantianzong and Grand Supreme Elder, was unexpectedly besieged by 3 Daoists and killed in an instant. He's too naive. He actually wants to cooperate with a demonic cultivator. The leader of Haimen Mountain sneered. Patriarch of Law Enforcement had negotiated with him before. As long as Xuantianzong was killed, they would share the benefits equally. However, the words of a demonic cultivator were not trustworthy at all. Therefore, after the death of sect head Xuantianzong and Grand Supreme Elder, they immediately went back on their word and killed the law-enforcing elder. The leader of the Daoists trembled when he saw this. He cursed inwardly. The great leader of Haimen Mountain looked at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. From now on, you're the 3rd leader of Haimen Mountain." What happened next was needless to say. Xuantianzong's elites either died or fled. Rivers of blood flowed in Xuantianzong, and corpses were strewn everywhere. However, there were still many people who did not care about their lives who were trying to steal the loot. One of them was Yi Xian. I collected the corpses of those elites on the spot. Although I collected many corpses, there were only 10 overarching Heavenly Supreme Immortals. It's still not as good as 3 days ago, Yi Xian said helplessly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's still a level 6 great overarching golden celestial here. Don't tell me he's so scared that his legs are weak. A level 1 overarching Heavenly Supreme Immortal said in a deep voice as he stared at Yi Xian. Tisk, I'll start with you. Yi Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, the 3 people from the old tree surrounded the demonic cultivator. Kacha. Before the demonic cultivator could react, Azura Ghost Venerate Saber had fallen and cut his body and demonic heart in half. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian had already obtained the interspatial ring. Let's go. In an instant, Yi Xian broke through the void and left Xuantianzong. The battle had only lasted less than 10 seconds, but the Xuantianzong that had been established for 1,000,000 years was destroyed in just 10 seconds. It was really unbelievable. However, there was a traitor in Xuantianzong, one of the 3 experts in Xuantianzong, so it made sense. In fact, Yi Xian could have asked the old tree and the others to go out and fight, but he did not do so because he had a hunch that something else might happen. Although I didn't gain much from this trip, my bedevilment points have been restored to 65 points. It seems that I'll be able to break through to the next stage soon. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was already far away from Xuantianzong. However, he had left a spy in Xuantianzong, Wei Jintian, who had turned into an inconspicuous statue. Through their shared vision, Wei Jintian could observe the movements of the devil cultivators from Haimen Mountain in Xuantianzong. At the same time, he took out the corpse of the first-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial that he had just killed and searched his soul. With the difference of 2 cultivation bases reduced, it was much easier to search his soul. It turned out that this group of devil cultivators did not come from the devil realm. They were originally from the celestial realm. They had just cultivated their devil hearts and gathered together. However, through Wei Jintian, Yi Xian learned something from the first leader of Haimen Mountain. Meanwhile, in Xuantianzong, the enforcement elder of Xuantianzong said that there's a passageway to the devil realm under Xuantianzong, and it's almost ready. As long as the time is right, we'll be able to open a passageway to the devil realm. The first leader of Haimen Mountain said. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Find the passageway to the devil realm." Yes. The group of devil cultivators turned Xuantianzong upside down and finally found the original entrance to the devil realm. At this time, a formation had been set up around the passageway to the devil realm. However, this formation required a powerful devil cultivator. The first leader of Hyman Mountain said, with the cultivation bases of the three of us, it shouldn't be a problem to open the passageway to the Devil Realm. However, we don't need to open it so quickly. Let's destroy the surrounding forces first. Although Yi Xian did not hear this, he knew that this group of devil cultivators had found the passageway to the Devil Realm. However, at this moment, ding! Host has triggered a random mission to open the passageway to the Devil Realm. Reward, Time and Space Bloodline Control Time Advancement. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 1733. Since the system mentioned opening a passage to the Devil Realm, it means it's possible. In that case, I'll destroy Hyman Mountain first. Yi Xian thought to himself as his eyes flashed. Celestial Eye, Eye of the Void. In just a blink of an eye, he returned to Xuantianzong. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding devil cultivators. However, the old tree and Azura ghost venerate had not met for a long time. Wei Zhentian, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Although he was only a grade 6 great overarching golden celestial, even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to do anything to him. After all, he had many different bloodlines. Although he was not as strong as Azura Ghost Venerate and the other two leaders, he was not an easy target. A bloodbath broke out in Xuantianzong. Hyman Mountain was quite strong. The weakest devil cultivator was a grade 9 great overarching golden celestial. There were dozens of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. At this moment, the three leaders had gone underground to look at the entrance to the Devil Realm. Therefore, there were not many elites on land. Eye of Azura. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate immediately activated his ultimate move, the Eye of Azura. In just a blink of an eye, all the devil cultivators who were grade 9 great overarching golden celestials and grade 1 overarching heavenly supreme celestials died tragically. Apart from that, those who had died in Xuantianzong earlier and those below grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials were resurrected by Azura Ghost Venerate's will of death. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of figures appeared. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Wei Zhentian had already transformed into his flying sword and began to kill. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that Wei Zhentian's sword blade storm was no longer as effective after Wei Zhentian transformed into a flying sword. After this battle, it would be better for him to pawn off the sword blade storm and add his devouring points to his other bloodlines. While the three leaders were away, Yi Xian and the others took the opportunity to clean up the devil cultivators. Although there were still 4 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme immortals, Azura Ghost Venerate had no intention of fighting them. Rumble. When the three underground leaders heard the commotion, they immediately rushed to the surface to take a look. They found that corpses were strewn all over the place. Some of the dead had even been revived. What happened? The chief of Hyman Mountain was confused. When Yi Xian discovered these people, he immediately ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to attack. After absorbing the death chi from so many people, the Eye of Azura had accumulated a huge amount of energy. After receiving Yi Xian's order, he immediately targeted a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Eye of Azura, Divine Light of Azura. A terrifying black beam of light shot out and engulfed the 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in the air, indicating the death of the 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The old tree quickly appeared and took the interspatial ring. Then, Yi Xian opened a portal and stored the old tree in his planting space. Swoosh! The portal to the void closed. Hyman Mountain had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Not only did they lose a 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but they had also lost all their 3rd-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and below. If the three leaders had not appeared, all of them would have died here. What's going on? The leader of the Black Barbarian Mountain shouted. Great Chief, I'm not sure either. Earlier, some enemies suddenly appeared, and those who died revived to attack us. I only remember that the strongest among them was a first-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a ninth-grade great overarching golden celestial who could teleport. A fourth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial explained. How did they manage to kill all of you with such a weak cultivation base? The chief could not believe his ears. He reckoned the other party was at least a fifth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had concealed his aura. Otherwise, how could he have done this? The second leader of Hyman Mountain asked, Big brother, it doesn't matter how many useless trash we have. If we need more people, we can always recruit them. What should we do now? Xuantianzong has been destroyed, and a mysterious enemy has appeared. Let's open a passage to the Devil Realm and follow the army of the Devil Realm to turn the Celestial Realm upside down. The first leader of Hyman Mountain made up his mind. Following that, the three of them went underground again to activate the Grand Formation. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Zhentian, who was hiding in Xuantianzong, had overheard their conversation. Meanwhile, somewhere outside of Xuantianzong, they're going to open a passage to the Devil Realm? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This would not do. After all, he had a random mission. If the passage to the Devil Realm was opened by someone else, he would not be able to complete the mission. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, it was not easy to open a passage to the Devil Realm. He had to collect his spoils of war first. Not bad. My bewitching points have dropped below 50 again. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this result. He had gained quite a lot this time. However, the treasures required to lower his bewitching points were different for each cultivation stage. It was difficult to find a specific treasure. A treasure that could lower his bewitching points by 5 points when he was a grade 5 great overarching golden celestial might only be able to lower his bewitching points by 1 point when he was a grade 6 great overarching golden celestial. Now that Yi Xian's bewitching points had dropped below 50, he reckoned he could break through again. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 great overarching golden celestial. Ding! Lightning Fire Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 1 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. Host is now a grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yi Xian could feel his aura skyrocketing. However, his face turned pale in the next moment. Ding! Host's bewitching points have reached 96. This time, his breakthrough had actually increased his bewitching value by nearly 50 points. He was only 4 points away from being bewitched. Huff, 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 Yi Xian was scared half to death. He immediately understood that the closer the gap between two breakthroughs, the faster the bewitching points would soar. Last time, his bewitching points had soared from 40 points to 75 points, an increase of 35 points. This time, it had increased by 46 points. It was too terrifying. However, as long as Yi Xian did not take the initiative to devour, he would not level up again. At this time, he was a grade 7 great overarching golden celestial. He would not be in danger. Let's go back and kill again. Yi Xian grinned and broke through the void again. He returned to Xuantianzong. Now, there were probably not many people who could stop them. Xuantianzong was empty at this time. This was because the experts of Hyman Mountain had all gone underground to open the passage to the Devil Realm. At this moment, Yi Xian let Azura Ghost Lord and Old Tree go down to scout the way. If they encountered anyone, they did not need to talk nonsense and directly killed them. As for Wei Zhentian, he turned into a small flying boat. Yi Xian hid inside and would not be in danger. Chapter 1734. Meanwhile, in the underground. Whoosh! 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 The three leaders of Hyman Mountain and the other elites were standing in the middle of the Grand Formation. Demonic chi filled the entire cave. Although the formation was not a powerful one, with the help of a few elites, they should be able to open the passage to the Devil Realm within a day. Since the formation was not a powerful one, it was likely that the passage to the Devil Realm would be located in a place where the average strength of the Devil Realm was weaker. However, it did not matter. Once the passage to the Devil Realm was opened, the army of the Devil Realm would descend and enter the Celestial Realm through the passage. Yi Xian no longer cared about the battle between the Celestial Devils and the Devil Realm. All he knew was that this was a mission given to him by the system. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian saw the elites from Haimen Mountain. At the same time, the elites from Haimen Mountain noticed him as well. Kill. Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate and the old tree charged toward the enemies. Damn it. It's you again. A Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from Haimen Mountain shouted angrily. At this moment, there were 3 Grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials and 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials on the Haimen Mountain side. However, Azura Ghost Venerate was already a Grade 2 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It was easy for him to deal with 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. The only ones who could threaten him were the Grade 3 and Grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Most of Xuantianzong's possessions are in the hands of the 3 of you. Today, all of you must die. Yi Xian's eyes glinted as he activated 3 slaughter seals. Celestial Slaying Puppet, appear. The Celestial Slaying Puppet that had appeared before appeared again. Its strength was on par with the old trees. Although the enemy had the upper hand in terms of numbers, what was Yi Xian's most powerful weapon? It was unlimited resurrection. Their fighting style was extremely brutal. They would sacrifice 800 of their own men to injure 1,000 of their enemies. At the same time, Yi Xian was looking for an opportunity to kill one of his enemies with the 1,000-severing slash. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. With the help of Azura Ghost Venerate the 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, the 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Celestial Slaying Puppet. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Another immortal slaughtering puppet appeared and charged over. Although the 3 leaders of the Black Barbarian Mountain had left, the Azura Ghost Venerable could block 2 of them by himself. Old Shu could also block one of them by using the immortal slaying puppets. As for the others, they were all dead. Who are you people? The great leader. 2's. Leader. Facing this question, Yi Xian didn't intend to answer. He directly said in his heart, Wei Zhentian, you go too. Wei, s ways heaven ways heaven. Unicorn, descend. This time, Yi Xian summoned an ice-fire unicorn with both ice and fire attributes. However, Yi Xian was only a Grade 7 Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Therefore, the ice-fire unicorn's strength was similar to the Celestial Slaying Puppet. Attack one of them first. Yi Xian, who was watching from a corner, gave the order to his men. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the new leader of Haimen Mountain. He was the leader of the devil cultivators who had attacked Xuantianzong. He was the weakest among the 3 of them. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Ice Fire Breath. Celestial Slaying Sword Technique. Everyone suddenly changed their target and attacked the 3 leaders of Haimen Mountain. After the Azura Ghost Venerate advanced, the grasp of the Netherworld was extremely powerful. The first grasp was enough to control the 3rd chieftain of the Haimen Mountain. The second grasp was enough to crush his bones. In addition to the other people's attacks, the 3rd leader of the Haimen Mountain was instantly heavily injured. Then, Wei Zhentian's flying sword pierced through his demon heart. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this time, Yi Xian had 2 more murderous seals, so he directly summoned a 3rd puppet. Now, it was 8 against 2. Chapter 1735. However, Yi Xian did not dare to break through now because he had already broken through twice today. The first time, the bewitchment value increased by 35 and the second time, it increased by 46. No one knew how much the third time would increase, so Yi Xian held back for the time being. Right now, there were only 2 enemies left. In order to prevent them from self-destructing, Yi Xian had the Azura Ghost Lord deal with one of them while the rest of them surrounded the other one to ensure that nothing went wrong. The faces of the second chief of Hyman Mountain and the third chief, who had just joined, had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. If even a grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was killed in an instant, they would most likely die as well. Your Excellency, please leave some leeway for us so that we can meet again in the future. The 3 leaders of the Hyman Mountain hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian only found it funny and said, "Sorry, we won't meet again in the future." Under such circumstances, the second and third chiefs of Hyman Mountain did not have the ability to self-destruct, so they were both killed in less than 2 seconds. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the 2 system notifications. It seemed that this matter was over. If not for the fact that the array formation had been destroyed, Yi Xian would not have needed to use time reversal to salvage the situation. Fortunately, it did not fail this time. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. Ding! Host's bewitchment value has decreased to 10 points. Yi Xian obtained the remaining 2 interspatial rings, which was a great harvest. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now an 8th stage Great Principal Golden Immortal. Ding! Jin Leihua has broken through. He is now a 2nd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has made a breakthrough. He is now a 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment points have increased to 83 points. Yi Xian's cultivation level rose again. Originally, his bewitchment value was 35 points. Fortunately, he didn't choose to break through just now. Otherwise, with an increase of 73 points, he would have exceeded 100 points. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into the array formation. Ding! To activate this formation, a devil cultivator at the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial level is required. The system prompted. There was no need to look for a demonic cultivator at the level of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Immortal. After all, the old tree was one. However, if the old tree was in charge of this formation, it would take 10 days to completely open the passage to the demon realm. 10 days. Yi Xian could still afford to wait. Moreover, he also needed some time to recover from the aftereffects of his rapid increase in cultivation. Then, the old tree entered the formation and began to preside over it. Yi Xian, on the other hand, stood guard at the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he decided to reorganize himself. Blade Storm, it's too late for Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian thought to himself as he recalled the Blade Storm. Ding! The Blade Storm has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 3 Devour points. Blade Storm had been with Yi Xian for a long time and had been upgraded several times. It was already quite good that it could be used as 3 Devour points. Then, Yi Xian used 1 Devour point to upgrade the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline's Immortal Doppelganger. Ding! The Immortal Doppelganger has been successfully upgraded. Beginning to condense the 4th Doppelganger. Ding! The 4th Doppelganger has been successfully condensed. In the Immortal Doppelganger's upgrade path, a new Doppelganger would be condensed after 3 upgrades. At the same time, in the case of triple integration, the combat power would be increased by 1.5 times. If it was quadruple integration, it would be increased by 1.3 times. As for the remaining 2 Devour points, Yi Xian decided to put them aside for the time being and plan for them in the future. Time passed day by day. Xuantianzong was annihilated and his disciples had all fled. There was no one more powerful than Xuantianzong in the surrounding area. Therefore, no one dared to approach Xuantianzong. Soon, the passage to the demon realm was almost completed. The passage to the demon realm will be opened in an hour. Then, I can complete the random mission. The time control will be upgraded and the flow of time in the planting dimension will change again. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. Although the flow of time in the planting dimension was of no use to him, it was very satisfying just thinking about it. An hour later. Ding! The demon realm formation has been opened. Host, do you want to activate it now? Yes. Yi Xian answered immediately. Rumble. A strange passage opened under Xuantianzong. This passage to the demon realm was actually a teleportation array that could allow one to cross from the celestial realm to the demon realm. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. The time control will be upgraded once. After hearing the system's notification, Yi Xian quickly checked the planting dimension. He found that the flow of time in the planting dimension had increased from 200 times to 400 times. Staying in the planting dimension for 400 years was only one day in the outside world. In addition, the time reversal ability that could be used once every 3 days was also changed to once every 2 days. The cooldown time was shortened. Ding! Host has triggered the chain random mission. First round, head to the demon realm. He had just completed a random mission and now he had triggered a chain random mission. The system was really treating Yi Xian well. Moreover, the first round of the chain random mission was given to him for free. Yi Xian originally wanted to go to the demon realm, but now he had completed the first round of the chain random mission for free. Next, I have to go to the demon realm and find the little demon king. I don't know when I can return to the celestial realm, Yi Xian thought to himself. In the celestial realm, he could do whatever he wanted, but in the demon realm, it was a different story. He cultivated the immortal heart, and the demon realm was full of demonic cultivators. These people cultivated the demon heart, so he could sense it immediately. Simply put, Yi Xian would become a rat crossing the street when the time came. After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian stood up and the array began to operate again. The last time Yi Xian ascended to the celestial realm from the mortal realm, it took him an hour. This time, however, it took him nearly 6 hours. It was said that there would be some problems with long-distance teleportation. The last time Yi Xian ascended, he was half a month late, so there was a gap of nearly 1,000 years between him and Caprice. How much time had passed in the celestial realm this time? However, this didn't matter to Yi Xian. After 6 hours, Yi Xian successfully arrived in the demon realm. At this time, he was in a forest. Below his feet was the demon realm's passageway. Anyone could come up and teleport to the celestial realm. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random mission. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had finally arrived in the demon realm. Although he was going to become a rat crossing the street, he had a demon king level friend here. As long as he found the little demon king, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random mission. Escape from the dragon's spine. Is the dragon's spine this place under my feet? Chapter 1736. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition. The mission was to escape. Could it be that he was trapped in a place like the Black Devil prison again? At this moment, Yi Xian turned his head to look. In the distant horizon, there was a scarlet word for kill. It was the death warrant. The little demon king is so far away from me, Yi Xian sighed. It seemed like it would not be easy to find the little demon king. However, he was the one who opened the passageway to the devil realm, and no one else had discovered it yet. Therefore, he decided to set up a concealment formation here to prevent the passageway from being discovered. This way, he might be able to use the passageway to return to the celestial realm in the future. Yi Xian found a concealment formation in the celestial grade devouring system and concealed the passageway to the devil realm. Then, he left in the direction of the little demon king. However, the dragon's spine was not as simple as he had imagined. As he walked, he felt that something was amiss. He was clearly moving toward the target of the death warrant, but now, He was at least 30 degrees away from the target. What was going on? There's something fishy about this fog. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He tried a few times, but he could not find the right direction. Even he, the target of the death pursuit order, had veered off course for no apparent reason. Then, wouldn't the others be lost in it? However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed an aura. A third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Yi Xian sensed the other party's cultivation base and summoned the Azura Ghost Venerate. Kill. Kacha. The Azura Ghost Venerate, who was also a third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, instantly killed the person and brought the corpse back. Soul search. Without hesitation, Yi Xian began to soul search the corpse of the devil cultivator. He was an 8th-grade great overarching golden celestial, while the devil cultivator was a 3rd-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. There was a difference of 4 cultivation bases between them. It took him 2 days to soul search. After 2 days, Yi Xian finally understood where he was. The dragon spine was the place where a powerful devil dragon had fallen. After its death, its huge body became the dragon spine, and no one was able to take it away. The devil cultivator belonged to the only faction in the dragon spine, the devil dragon's palace. A million years ago, the dragon spine, and the dragon's palace. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the dragon spine, they would never be able to leave. This demonic cultivator was from the demonic dragon palace. He had a token in his interspatial ring. With this token, he could find the location of the demonic dragon palace, but he couldn't leave. In other words, Yi Xian was really trapped on the dragon's spine, is the dragon's dragon. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Of course, it might have been affected by the white fog and deviated from its path. The old tree could not help but ask, could this devil dragon be a 9 heavens Xian celestial beast? Yes, it could be a pure yang true celestial as well. Yi Xian could not help but gulp as he nodded. Such a huge devil dragon had to be a super fierce beast. At the very least, it had to be a 9 heavens Xian celestial who was stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or a pure yang true celestial. That was why the devil dragon's palace was trapped here. It seemed like they were in trouble. The palace master of the devil dragon's palace is a 9th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He's at least 10,000 times stronger than he was at the Haimen Mountain, Yi Xian thought to himself. He had learned all this from the disciple of the devil dragon's palace. It seemed like it would not be easy for him to leave this place. However, there was always a way. He could just fly back to the celestial world and find a new place to open a passage to the devil realm. Let's not go back yet. Let's take a look at the devil dragon's palace first, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, there was a very serious problem at hand. Previously, he had been able to sneak into the Xuantianzong because he was an immortal cultivator. Now that he was in the devil realm, any devil cultivator would be able to recognize him. It would not be easy to enter the devil dragon's palace. The devil dragon's palace is so strong. There should be many natural treasures that can lower the bewitching points. As long as I can lower the bewitching points, I can break through. With that in mind, Yi Xian rushed toward the devil dragon's palace with the token of acceptance in his hand. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any immortal cultivators in the Dragon's Ridge. Even devil cultivators would rarely come to the Dragon's Ridge. After all, the terror of the Dragon's Ridge had long spread. No one dared to come in and explore. In the eyes of the devil cultivators outside, the Dragon's Ridge was a place of no return. Anyone who entered would die. Fortunately, the Dragon's Ridge could produce many natural treasures. The Devil Dragon Palace was self-sufficient. Other than being isolated from the rest of the world, there was no difference. However, devil cultivators were known for their cruelty and bloodlust. Even if they were isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years, they would not change their habits. For this reason, the battles in the Devil Dragon's Palace were extremely intense. With the token of acceptance in his hand, Yi Xian could sense the disciples of the Devil Dragon Palace who were out hunting. When they sensed Yi Xian's presence, they immediately rushed toward him. There's a rule in the Devil Dragon's palace. Those who leave the Devil Dragon's palace are allowed to kill each other. Since these people have sensed my token of acceptance, they must be here to kill me and steal my treasures. Yi Xian immediately understood what was going on. Since Yi Xian had sensed the token of acceptance, he could not figure out the cultivation base of the other party. However, he was not afraid of them since he could use the Eye of the Void in this place. Moreover, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian were third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was comparable to a sixth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If they used their trump cards, even a seventh-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be a match for them. There were not many seventh-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Devil Dragon Palace. Soon after, a group of 5 people entered Yi Xian's detection range. The leader was a 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial while the other 4 were 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Azura Ghost Venerate, Wei Zhentian, go get rid of them. Yi Xian ordered. Upon hearing this order, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian immediately charged out. In just a few seconds, they returned with corpses in their hands. Although they're 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials, their income is much less than the 3 leaders of the Hyman Mountain. The demon realm is barren. No wonder they want to take over the immortal realm. They really are poor. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Although the income was not much, his bedevilment points had decreased significantly. He was only left with 75 bedevilment points. Chapter 1737. The Demon Dragon Palace was very cruel. After all, they did not need to feed so many people. Therefore, the internal strife was very intense. Moreover, the Celestials had a lifespan of 1 million years, so they were not in a hurry to search for treasures. Therefore, there were not as many people in the dragon's spine as Yi Xian had expected. Even so, he still encountered a few groups of disciples. However, their cultivation bases were not high. They were only 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials at most. After a few rounds of robbing and killing, Yi Xian's bedevilment points were reduced to less than 50 points. Although it had been 10 days since his last breakthrough, it was just a blink of an eye for others. Therefore, Yi Xian still did not dare to break through. At this time, Yi Xian had already concealed his aura and arrived at the Demon Dragon Palace. Although I can exchange for items that can change my celestial heart's aura in the celestial grade devouring system, I'll be discovered if my opponent is more than 6 stages higher. The Palace Master of the Demon Dragon Palace is a 9th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed like he could only hunt outside the Demon Dragon Palace and slowly increase his strength. He continued to wander around the dragon's spine. This time, it took him a week. After a week, his bedevilment points were finally reduced to less than 30 points. It had been half a month since his last breakthrough. It should not be a problem for him to break through now. No, if I break through, the treasures that can reduce my bedevilment points will be more valuable. I should first reduce my bedevilment points to 0. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. He was now a 8th-grade great overarching golden celestial. His 30 bedevilment points should be reduced to 0 soon. However, once he broke through to a 9th-grade great overarching golden celestial, 30 bedevilment points would take him more time, at least 5 times longer. Therefore, he wandered around the Demon Dragon Palace for more than 10 days before his bedevilment points were reduced to 0. Now, he could finally break through. It's been a month since my last breakthrough. Moreover, my bedevilment points have decreased. It seems like it's about time. Yi Xian thought to himself before he began to devour treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th-grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding! Lightning Fire Ember has broken through. He is now a 3rd-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. He is now a 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! the host's bewitchment value has reached 20 points. After breaking through a month later, Yi Xian's bewitched points had only reached 20 points, which was still within his expectations. Since that was the case, he could continue to break through. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a first-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Jin Leihua has broken through. He is now a fourth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a fifth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has made a breakthrough. He is now a fifth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment points have increased to 75 points. Another series of system notifications rang out. Currently, Yi Xian had also surpassed the great overarching golden celestial stage and became an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian had also broken through to become fifth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their combat prowess was extremely shocking. It was likely that they would be able to kill their way into the Demon Dragon Palace. I'll kill my way into the Demon Dragon Palace and break through again. At that time, no one will be a match for them. Yi Xian thought to himself. Naturally, the Demon Dragon Palace was not his ultimate goal. His goal was to leave the Dragon's Ridge. To leave the Dragon's Ridge, he had to be strong enough. The Demon Dragon Palace was a stepping stone for Yi Xian to become stronger. Yi Xian immediately boarded the swift boat that Wei Zhentian had transformed into and made his way to the Demon Dragon Palace. The Demon Dragon Palace was originally a force in the outer world. After the palace master of the Demon Dragon Palace had found the treasure land, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. He had broken through from a 7th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 9th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Unfortunately, even though he was a 9th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was still unable to find the way out of the Dragon's Ridge. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the Demon Dragon Palace with the old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerate. Cultivator? Where did he come from? One of the disciples guarding the Demon Dragon Palace was surprised. The Demon Dragon Palace had been trapped here for 1,000,000 years. This was the first time they had seen a cultivator. No matter what, they had to kill him first. However, this 6th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial disciple's demon heart was shattered by the old tree's punch. Instant kill. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification rang, Yi Xian had already charged into the Demon Dragon Palace. A bloodbath instantly broke out in the Demon Dragon Palace. If he was facing an immortal cultivator, Yi Xian would more or less go easy on him and wouldn't kill him. However, he would not show mercy to a devil cultivator. Eye of Azura. The Azura Ghost Venerate did not hesitate as he unleashed his ultimate move. Although there were several tens of thousands of disciples in the Demon Dragon Palace, they were all overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Including those below the great overarching golden celestial stage, there were more than 1,000,000 disciples. As soon as the Eye of Azura was unleashed, those who had a lower cultivation base than the Azura Ghost Venerate were instantly killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In just a blink of an eye, countless people were killed. The Azura Ghost Venerate had also gathered a large amount of death chi. There's an enemy attack. The people in the Demon Dragon Palace immediately rushed out. However, they were shocked by what they saw. Many of their fellow disciples had launched attacks at them. The Azura Ghost Venerate had the death will so he could resurrect those who were at the same cultivation base as him. Before this, Yi Xian had already formed a slaughter seal. When the Eye of Azura was unleashed, he instantly had 4 more slaughter seals. At this moment, a large number of 6th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials appeared. For this reason, Yi Xian marked one of them and attacked with the Eye of Assassination. Come, celestial slaying sword formation. The 5 slaughter seals disappeared as the celestial slaying sword formation spread out with Yi Xian as the formation core. At the same time, Yi Xian used the slaughter seals again. A strong wind blew within the celestial slaying sword formation. In just a few seconds, all of the 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials were killed. Following that, 4 more slaughter seals appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was enough for him to use them again. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Dragon Palace had also heard the commotion. At this moment, the high-ranking overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to appear one after another. Azura Ghost Venerate, Old Tree, both of you go. Yi Xian commanded. As for Wei Zhentian, he stood guard by Yi Xian's side. The Demon Dragon Palace was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Many of the dead were resurrected to join the battle. Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to collect the interspatial rings. This was the first time he had seen so many interspatial rings. Chapter 1738. Ding, host's bewitchment value has returned to 0. A system notification sounded. After consuming a large amount of heaven and earth treasures that could reduce bewitchment points, Yi Xian's bewitchment points returned to 0. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Lightning Fire's ember has broken through. He is now a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through to a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. He's now a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Host's bewitchment value has reached 88 points. Because he had just broken through twice, the 3rd time he broke through, he directly added 88 points. At this moment, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Venerate Azura, who were both grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, were invincible. Hey, which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my demonic dragon palace? An explosive shout came from the sky. Yi Xian turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man in black quickly flying over. A 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Hall? Yi Xian looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. So what if he was a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Eye of Azura, Divine Light of Azura. Ghost Venerate Azura, who had absorbed a large amount of death chi, blinked the large eye on his chest. A gloomy black pillar of light shot out and instantly pierced through the Demon Dragon Hall Master's heart. The next moment, Yi Xian felt his killing intent increase by a lot. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Hall was dead. The entire Demon Dragon Palace was in a state of panic. They had been trapped in the Dragon's Ridge for countless years. Now, a few mysterious people had suddenly appeared and killed the strongest in their hearts. This was unacceptable to them for a while. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with the others. He hurried over and took the Demon Dragon Hall Master's universe ring. Ding, host's bewitchment value has returned to 0. Another system notification sounded. However, this time, Yi Xian did not dare devour any more breakthroughs. This was because he knew that the next time he broke through, his bewitchment points would definitely exceed 100. At that time, he would directly turn into a demon. Kill all 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and above. At this time, Yi Xian gave another order to everyone. The people from the Demon Dragon Palace trembled in fear when they saw the death of their palace master. Even the 8th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials fled in fear. Of course, Yi Xian would not let them off so easily. Since Ghost Venerate Azura was a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he could easily kill them. In less than half a minute, all of the high-level overarching heavenly supreme celestials were dead. Yi Xian's gains were extremely shocking. As for the low-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and great overarching golden celestials, Yi Xian could not be bothered to deal with them. If I devour all of these cultivation resources, I'll be able to become a grade 6 or even grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly as he looked at the piles of heavenly treasures in the devouring space. Unfortunately, he could not make a breakthrough for now. He could only maintain his cultivation base as a second-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, these things could be given to Luo Luo. Moreover, the flow of time in the planting space had increased by 400 times. A year in the planting space was less than a day in the outside world. Although Luo Luo did not have a celestial heart or a devil heart, with the planting space, her cultivation base had caught up. Currently, she was a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With these heavenly treasures, it would not take long for her to surpass Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Zhentian. For this reason, Yi Xian decided to nurture Luo Luo first. Now that the Demon Dragon Palace was destroyed, all of its members were scattered all over the dragon's spine. Yi Xian searched the Demon Dragon Palace but did not find anything. This was a tricky situation. Initially, he thought the Demon Dragon Palace would have discovered something on the dragon's spine. He did not expect the Demon Dragon Palace to be helpless as well. However, when he recalled the Demon Dragon Palace had been trapped in the dragon's spine for millions of years, it made sense. At this moment, Yi Xian was wandering around with a map of the inner area of the dragon's spine in his hand. Occasionally, he would come across some disciples of the Demon Dragon Palace, but they were all thrown into the planting space. The dragon's spine was divided into the inner area and the outer area. The inner area was the area around the Demon Dragon Palace where there was no fog. However, there was a large amount of fog in the outer area. Even Yi Xian, who had a death-hunting order, could not escape. Yi Xian walked around the area for more than 10 days, but he did not find anything. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to more than 10 years in the planting space. Luo Luo had been cultivating in the planting space for so long. With the help of the heavenly loathsome fox bloodline and the many heavenly treasures, she had broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. What's the secret of the dragon's spine? Yi Xian was confused. Was he going to be trapped here like the demonic dragon palace? After another 5 days, he still could not find a way out. Half a month had passed since the Demon Dragon Palace was destroyed. For this reason, Yi Xian decided to devour more heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through to a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Thunder Fire Ember has broken through to a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment points have increased to 30. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Although Yi Xian and the others' cultivation bases had increased, Yi Xian still felt it would be difficult to leave the dragon's spine. Therefore, he decided to search for another month. If he still could not leave, he would return to the celestial realm and reopen a passage to the devil realm to look for the little devil. Since the Demon Dragon Palace had been destroyed and very few people entered the dragon's spine, Yi Xian was not worried. He kept all the disciples he encountered in the planting space. After all, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Who knew if there might be some heavenly treasures that could lower the bewitchment points? However, they did not find anything even after searching for a few days. However, on the 5th day, Luo Luo suddenly discovered something. Young master, Rib Gu said there's a strange bone here. Luo Luo suddenly transmitted her voice to Yi Xian. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurried over. Soon after, he discovered a towering mountain. However, it was not a mountain but a huge bone. Even with the eye of revelation, I have to look at it carefully for a few seconds before I can find it. If even I can't find it, there's no need to mention the others. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling he had found the right bone this time. Clear the surroundings, Yi Xian ordered. Following that, the old tree and the others blasted the mountain apart, revealing the white bone inside. Could this bone belong to the demon dragon? Yi Xian thought to himself before he ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to attack. Chapter 1739. The attack was swift and fierce, but when Azura Ghost Venerable's saber landed on the bone, it could not leave a mark on it. It was so hard. It seemed that it was the bone of the demonic dragon. System, analyze. At that moment, Yi Xian flashed over and swept his gaze over. Ding! The object is the tailbone of a powerful immortal beast. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian could be sure. Since it was the tailbone of the demonic dragon, there might be some clues. Immediately, the crowd circled around the tailbone to see if there was anything wrong with it. As for Wei Zhentian, he was in charge of digging up the soil around the tailbone. Young master, there's a hole here. The white fog came out from there. At this moment, Luo found something. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian hurried over and found a small hole with a diameter of 1 centimeter on the tailbone. Wei Zhentian, go in and take a look. Yi Xian immediately turned Wei Zhentian into a thin needle and drilled in. There was another world inside. The demonic dragon's body was huge. Just a small piece of its tailbone was like a mountain peak. The inside of its bone was definitely not small. At this moment, Wei Zhentian entered the bone. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and drilled in. Everyone came in together. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian can transform. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come in. Yi Xian grinned. It was impossible for humans to come in through such a small hole. Even immortals could not, unless they could cut it open. However, this demonic dragon was at least a 9-heaven Xian immortal. Even if it was dead, its bones could not be damaged by ordinary people. Azura Ghost Venerable had tried just now. It was no wonder that the demonic dragon palace was trapped here. Even if they found the small hole, they would not be able to do anything. Old tree, Azura Ghost Venerable, the two of you go and find the way. Yi Xian said to the two of them. As for him, he hid in the heaven-shaking ship. After all, this place might be dangerous. As for Luo, she returned to the planting space and continued to cultivate. Every day in the outside world was very precious to her. Sure enough, the interior of this dragon skeleton was not that simple. The old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerable who had gone to scout ahead directly sent back news. There was danger ahead. Bone warriors? Comparable to a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This was 2F** king ridiculous. The palace master of the demon dragon palace was only a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was unbelievable that 3 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial bone soldiers would appear in front of them. However, Yi Xian calmed down when he recalled that this demon dragon was at least a 9 heavens Xian immortal. So what if he was a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Even the old tree could deal with him, let alone the Azura Ghost Venerable. Soon, Yi Xian arrived and saw the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerate fighting 3 bone soldiers. The old tree said, "Little young master, although the bone soldiers' combat strength isn't strong, their defense is amazing. Even Rib Gu's full-powered saber attack couldn't kill them. Rib Gu's full-powered saber attack should be able to injure a 9 heavens Xian immortal expert. However, these bone soldiers must have been born from the bones of the demon dragon after countless years." Yi Xian said slowly. The old tree frowned and asked, "What should we do then? Should we force our way in or?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Azura Ghost Venerable, capture one of them. I'll see if I can subdue it." Ghost Exalt Azura's eyes flickered, and he practically instantly captured a bone soldier. As for the remaining 2, he left them to Elder Shu and Wei Zhentian. Force Devour. Yi Xian approached the bone soldier and tried to use Force Devour. Ding! Force Devour failed. The grade of the bone soldier was unknown. Since Yi Xian was only a 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it was impossible for him to subdue it. Since that did not work, he would try the next move. Thousand Cleave. Yi Xian took out the departing flame celestial sword and slashed. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang in Yi Xian's ears. There were a total of 2,000 vibrations. Unfortunately, the 1,000th cleave was still unable to kill the bone soldier. Looks like this is going to be tricky. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Young master, why don't we wait here for the time being? Maybe we can do it when your strength has increased, the old tree reminded him. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, all right, in that case, let's wait for a while. Let me break through first. He had destroyed the demon dragon palace and obtained a lot of natural treasures. Now, his bedevilment points had returned to 0. However, since it had not been long since his last breakthrough, he was waiting for some time. Then, he tried to use Force Devour on the other 2 bone soldiers. However, he still did not succeed. Wei Zhentian trapped the 3 of them. We'll wait here for a few days. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. To be honest, Yi Xian did not want to let the 3 bone soldiers go. After all, the bone soldiers were born from the demon dragon's corpse. The corpse of a 9 heavens mystic celestial was a huge source of income for him and the old tree. How could he let them go? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhentian quickly transformed into a ball. Then, Azura Ghost Celestial threw the 3 bone soldiers into the ball and trapped them. The 3 bone soldiers were only grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so they could not break through Wei Zhentian's defense. Then, Yi Xian asked the old tree to wait at the end of the tailbone while he returned to the outside. Time passed slowly. After 7 days, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he began to devour natural treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Celestial has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Thunder Fire Ember has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Celestial has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bedevilment points have reached 60. When Yi Xian had broken through to become a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his bedevilment points had been reset to 0. When he broke through again, his bedevilment points had increased by 60. Then, he devoured a large amount of natural treasures to reduce his bedevilment points to 0. However, he had almost used up all the treasures he had obtained from the Demon Dragon Palace. I'm now a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Azura Ghost Celestial and Wei Zhentian are now grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart, then let Wei Zhentian release a bone soldier. Chapter 1740. Azura Ghost Lord, grind it to dust. Upon hearing this order, Azura Ghost Lord instantly charged forward, slashing at the bone soldier's head with his broadsword. Kacha! This time, Azura Ghost Lord finally broke through the defense, which made Yi Xian very pleased. It had to be said that this demonic dragon was really too strong. Its bones were very hard even after death. Soon, Azura Ghost Lord shredded a bone soldier into bone fragments, which were then stored in Yi Xian's planting space. Now that the first bone soldier was dealt with, it was time for the second one. In a short while, all 3 bone soldiers were dealt with. Good, it's time to go in and take a look. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the Eye of the Void again and arrived at the dragon bones. Wei Zhentian still turned into a flying boat, and Yi Xian hid inside while the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord led the way. In these 7 days, the old tree explored the interior of the dragon bones countless times, turning the surroundings upside down. The map was already copied in the immortal level devouring system. There were hundreds of bone soldiers nearby, which was enough for Azura Ghost Lord to deal with for a while. After Azura Ghost Lord was dealt with, the old tree took the opportunity to continue exploring. With his current strength, the bone soldiers couldn't catch up to him at all. With the shared vision, the immortal level devouring system automatically drew a map of the interior of the dragon bones. Kacha! 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 Crisp sounds rang out from the dragon bones, which were the sounds of Azura Ghost Lord continuously dealing with the bone soldiers. With Azura Ghost Lord's current strength, it would take a lot of time to kill a bone soldier, but Yi Xian had all the time, so he wasn't in a hurry. 10. 20. 30. 40. The number of bone soldiers decreased little by little, and the broken bones were directly stored in the devouring space by Yi Xian. These things weren't inferior to natural treasures, and there were a lot of them. Yi Xian reckoned that he didn't lack items for leveling up in these few realms. However, half a day after they entered the Dragon Bones maze, Ember of Thunderfire has died. Ember of Thunderfire has revived. Suddenly, 2 system notifications rang out, catching Yi Xian off guard. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian shuddered. Why did the old tree die? The old tree was an 8th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength should have surpassed ordinary 9 heavens mysterious celestials. Young master, there's a red variant bone soldier over there. It's so strong. I accidentally let it pierce through my demon heart. The old tree quickly said. A red mutated bone soldier? When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The old tree was now an 8th tier Daoist golden immortal, so he could fight across 3 realms. In other words, he could fight against a 2nd tier 9 heaven Xian immortal. However, those that were capable of instantly killing him were likely rank 3 9 heavens mystic immortals, or even rank 4 9 heavens mystic immortals. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the dragon bone maze. Yi Xian trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Not good, he's here. The Azura Ghost Venerate dashed into the fork in the passageway. The old tree quickly followed behind him. Boom! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the sound of an intense battle reverberated in the passageway. Yi Xian did not notice it earlier. However, now that he shared his vision with the Azura Ghost Venerate, he saw the red variant bone soldier. No, it should be called a bone general. Bone soldiers usually attacked with both hands, but this bone general was wielding 2 bone tridents. Clang! 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 The Azura Ghost Venerate and the old tree joined forces, but they were unable to gain any advantage from the bone general. Instead, their bodies were riddled with holes from the bone general's bone tridents. What powerful strength! Wei Zhentian, go and help as well. When Yi Xian saw that the situation was not good, he quickly ordered Wei Zhentian to help. At the same time, he ordered the Azura Ghost Venerate to activate his Undying War Soul, increasing his combat strength by 3 times. Once the Undying War Soul was activated, the situation stabilized. Both sides were evenly matched. At this moment, the cowardly Yi Xian finally dared to approach the bone general. Death Hunt Command. 9 Dragon Lightning Fire Shield. Extreme Void Shield. Since the bone general was so strong, Yi Xian decided to test out the 1000 Cleaving Slash. Eye of Assassination. While the bone general was being held back by the Azura Ghost Venerate and the other 2, Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind the bone general and struck with his sword. Bang! 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 The 1000 Cleaving Slash began to vibrate violently. However, Yi Xian was only a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial while the bone general was only a 4th grade 9 heavens mystic celestial. Therefore, the 1000 Cleaving Slash was useless against the bone general. With the Undying War Soul, the Azura Ghost Venerate and the other 2 are able to fight the bone general to a draw. If the undying war soul lasts for a long time, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill the Bone General. Yi Xian thought to himself. For this reason, he reckoned the Azura Ghost Venerate would have to break through again to become a Nine Heavens Mystic Celestial. Forget about him. Let's go. Yi Xian decided to retreat for now. Once he broke through again, he would be able to kill the Bone General. Swoosh. The door to the void closed, and Yi Xian left the dragon bone. As for the old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerate, there was no need for them to leave. They would fight to the death. Although the 1,000 cleaving slash was not very effective, it was enough to injure the Bone General. Yi Xian decided that he would enter the dragon bone every day and let the Azura Ghost Venerate, who had activated the Undying War Soul, harass the Bone General. Although it was not very effective, it should be able to injure the Bone General. Time passed by slowly. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. I've used up all the treasures. Although my bewitchment points can only be restored to 10 points, it should be fine after such a long time. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he began to devour the remaining treasures and bones. Host has broken through to a 6th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through to a 9th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian have broken through to a 1st grade 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Host's bewitchment points have increased to 64 points. Now that they were strong enough to kill the Bone General, Yi Xian decided to enter the Dragon Bone. It did not take long before he found the Red Bone General. Undying War Soul, kill him! Yi Xian shouted. Then, Azura Ghost Venerate, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian charged toward the Bone General. This time, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian did not break through to become a 9th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Instead, they broke through to become a 1st grade 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. With the help of the Undying War Soul, the ferocious Bone General was killed in less than 10 rounds by the joint forces of the Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian. Then, Yi Xian put the Bone General away. Huff! Huff! After fighting for so long, we finally killed the Bone General. Yi Xian sighed in relief when he saw the pile of bone dust. He had to admit that the Bone General was very difficult to deal with. Chapter 1741. However, Yi Xian did not think that there was only one Bone General in this Dragon Bone maze. Moreover, perhaps there was an existence stronger than the Bone General? This Bone General is comparable to a 4th stage 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. If we use our trump cards, we can kill it. However, if there is an even stronger one, it will be troublesome. I don't have any heaven and earth treasures that can reduce the bewitchment points. Even if there are so many bone fragments, I can't level up. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but have a headache. If there was an existence stronger than the Bone General, and they couldn't get a heaven and earth treasure to reduce the bewitchment points, it would probably be difficult to get out. It seemed that they could only take one step at a time. In the following time, Yi Xian still cleaned up the bone soldiers in this Dragon Bone maze, and at the same time, encountered one Bone General after another. He estimated that if there was no bewitchment point limit, he could use these bone fragments to break through to the 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, without a heaven and earth treasure to reduce the bewitchment points, he didn't dare to break through. This Dragon Bone maze was very large, and naturally, this Dragon Bone maze was not small. In addition, there were crisscrossing passages, as well as the fog that made people lose their sense of direction. If Yi Xian didn't have the immortal level devouring system and the Eye of the Void, he would probably be trapped inside and die. After these days of wandering, he had already walked through this Dragon Bone maze. The entire maze was a huge dragon bone, and he found the dragon head from the tail. As for the Pathfinder, it was naturally Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord. However, this time, they encountered a tricky existence. The purple bone creature should be stronger than the Bone General. For the time being, I'll call it the Bone King. Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, He let Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord enter the skull to explore and found a purple bone king. At the same time, this purple bone king killed Old Tree on the spot, and then even Azura Ghost Lord was no match for it and killed it. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that this bone king was a grade 6-9 heaven mystic immortal. On their side, Yi Xian was a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Old Tree was a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were grade 199 heaven mystic immortal. General was a grade 6-9 heaven mystic immortal realm, Azura Ghost was a grade 6-9 heaven mystic immortal. If it was a bone general, Ghost Lord Azura would be able to deal with him. He would probably be able to put up a fight against a tier 5-9 heavens mystic immortal. Yi Shui Yi Xian immortal Azura immortal Yi immortal. Yi immortal imps. However, no matter what, he had to leave this damned place. Yi. After making his decision, Yi Xian ordered Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 9 heaven mystic immortals to attack. However, the Bone King's strength was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. It had taken less than 10 rounds to kill Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian. The gap between their strength was too big. With my strength, I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly if I appear in front of it. Even the 1,000 severing slash won't be effective against it. How am I supposed to kill it? Yi Xian thought to himself as he ordered Old Tree and the other 2 9 heaven mystic immortals to charge to their deaths. The Bone King was too strong. Even if Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian joined forces, they would not be able to break through it, let alone reach the Great Bone Door. It seemed like they had to add more people to their team. Luo? No, she's still very close to becoming a 9 heaven mystic immortal. Moreover, she won't be resurrected. I can't let her take the risk. Yi Xian shook his head and thought about it again. He could only summon Unicorn and the immortal slaying puppet. There were a lot of broken bones in his devour space. If he had enough bewitchment points, he could break through again. At that time, he would be able to fight the Bone King. Unfortunately, his bewitchment points had reached 64 points. If he broke through again, his bewitchment points would rise to 36 points. Then, he would be bewitched. The defense of this dragon bone maze is above that of the bone generals. Even Azura Ghost Lord couldn't break through it. I don't have any heaven and earth treasures to lower the bewitchment points. It seems that I can only wait. Yi Xian sighed. But in the next moment, he suddenly remembered something. Other than time and specific heaven and earth treasures, there was another way to lower the bewitchment points, and that was to use devour points. He now had 2 devour points. If he used them to lower the bewitchment points, he could lower it by 20 points. At that time, he should be able to break through again. However, he then thought of another problem. What would happen if he broke through again? He had no more ores for Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian to break through. At most, he only had broken bones to help the Old Tree break through. At that time, even if he was a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial and the Old Tree was a grade 1-9 heavens mystic celestial, it would be useless. Moreover, devour points were precious. It was not worth it to waste them here. Currently, there were only 2 options. The first was to wait here, and the second was to return to the celestial realm and open a passage to the devil realm. Of course, there was another way, but Yi Xian could not guarantee that it would work. He could lure the Bone King out so he could take the opportunity to destroy the White Bone Door and escape. I'll try to lure the Bone King out. If it doesn't work, I'll have to return to the celestial realm. Yi Xian made up his mind. However, he could only make a move tomorrow because he had already used his undying war soul. Soon, another day had passed. On the second day, Yi Xian was ready to set off. His plan was simple. He would lure the Bone King out and send Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a needle, over. Then, he would enter the White Bone Door and see if he could destroy it. The Bone King was in a room at the end of the hall. If they wanted to enter the room, they would have to go around a corner. Previously, as soon as they appeared, the Bone King rushed forward and blocked them, not allowing them to enter the room. Even Old Shu, who had the ability to teleport, was pierced through by the spikes shot by the Bone King at the moment of his arrival and died. This time, Yi Xian asked Wei Zhentian to transform into a swift boat and shrink it. That way, it would be more durable. Naturally, Yi Xian had to appear as well. At that time, he could summon Wei Zhentian instead of the Bone King. Let's go. After making the necessary preparations, Yi Xian gave the order in his heart. In an instant, Ghost Lord Azura and the other two appeared. Kacha. Chapter 1742. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Bone King's speed had exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. In just a split second, it had killed Old Tree, who was at the forefront. Next, it was Azura's turn. Undying War Soul. Grasp of the Underworld. Azura reached out with his right hand. An invisible force wrapped around the Bone King, but it was immediately neutralized by the Bone King. Previously, Old Tree, Azura, and Wei Zhentian had joined forces, but they could not last more than 10 moves against the Bone King. 5 of those moves had been blocked by Azura alone. After all, it did not have an immortal heart nor a demon heart. It would only die when it was damaged to a certain extent. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the Bone King had discovered this after a few battles. Kacha. The Bone King pierced the 2 bone tridents into Azura's chest at lightning speed. Then, he pulled them apart, splitting Azura into 2. The original 10 moves had been shortened to 5. F***ck, this Bone King's combat awareness can still be upgraded. I only have one chance. Yi Xian gulped a mouthful of saliva. Although Azura had been split in 2, it was not dead. It continued to slash down and stuck the Bone King's neck. Now was Yi Xian's chance. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree. Yi Xian instantly summoned the Old Tree and appeared beside Azura. As for Wei Zhentian, he was summoned to a room far away. The Bone King was guarding the white bone door. When someone entered the room, it did not care about Azura and the Old Tree. It turned and ran back. What? It didn't use the bone spikes on its back to kill Wei Zhentian? Yi Xian was shocked. He had thought that the Bone King would shoot the bone spikes on its back, but it ran back instead. However, this was also a good opportunity. It meant that the door of the room was empty. Charge in. Yi Xian shouted angrily. The Azura Ghost Sovereign, Old Shu, and Yi Xian, who had recovered through the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, all entered the room. At the same time, Bone King had pierced through Wei Zhentian's sword. At this moment, there were still several figures in the room, scattered in various corners. Only then did the Bone King fire the countless tiny bone spikes on its back. Shio! 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 Air-piercing sounds could be heard. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He looked at the white bone door and instantly teleported over. After entering the room, he, the Azura Ghost Lord, and the Old Tree stood in 2 separate corners. Therefore, the Bone King's bone nails did not hit the white bone door. However, this room was a little strange. He couldn't teleport directly to the white bone door, which made Yi Xian very surprised. Thousand Severing Slash. Although Yi Xian did not flash in front of the bone door, he had moved to the center. This attack would definitely land on the bone door. He hoped the Thousand Severing Slash would work on non-living things as well. Alas, Yi Xian's plan failed. The Thousand Severing Slash did not have any effect on the bone door. The Bone King, who had intended to charge toward the Azura Ghost Lord, suddenly changed his target and charged toward Yi Xian. His speed was not something Yi Xian could react to. However, at this moment, the Azura Ghost Lord extended his right hand again. At the same time, the Old Tree cast the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain and successfully restrained the Bone King for a moment. I don't believe it. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly as he directly used 3 Slaughter Seals. At the same time, he consumed 3 Slaughter Seals and fiercely slashed at the white bone door. Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash. Although Yi Xian was only a 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his attack was not any weaker than the Azura Ghost Lord's attack. However, before the attack could land on the bone door, the Bone King had already broken free from the shackles and charged toward Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. After using the Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash, he teleported to the Azura Ghost Lord's side. Rumble. In the end, the Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash successfully landed on the bone door. Unfortunately, it did not break open the door. He left a mark. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow when he saw this. This meant that the Azura Ghost Lord would be able to break open the bone door. This was a good sign. Unfortunately, if there was a large amount of death chi, the Azura Ghost Lord would be able to use the Azura Divine Light. At that time, he would definitely be able to break open the bone door. However, there was a more serious problem at hand. The Bone King had returned. The Gate of the Void. Yi Xian quickly broke through the void. At the same time, the old tree, the Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian went up. Although they could not stop the Bone King, they could still handle 5 moves. In the end, they did not disappoint and helped Yi Xian to successfully delay the Bone King. Whoosh! The Gate of the Void closed. Although they failed this time, it was not without gain. At least they damaged the bone door and knew that it could be broken open. At this time, Yi Xian returned outside. The Bone King could have actually passed through the Gate of the Void to hunt me down, but he just watched me leave. It seems that using the Eye of the Void to bring him out won't work. Yi Xian thought to himself. If the Bone King came to hunt him down, that would be exactly what he wanted. When the time came, he could just close the Gate of the Void and the Bone King would not be able to return. Unfortunately, the Bone King did not seem to be that stupid. If the Bone King had forcefully avoided the Azura Ghost Lord, it would have been a threat to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian still had a trump card that could reverse time, so he was not afraid. At worst, he could do it again. I've used the Undying War Soul today. I'll go meet the Bone King tomorrow. In the end, Yi Xian still resorted to coaxing and pestering the Bone King. As long as he could damage the bone door once a day, it would be worth it. Over time, he would definitely break through the bone door. Yesterday, I've already used the void locator in that room. This time, I can go directly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he directly broke through the void. The Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 rushed in. Now, he did not want to break through the door. He only wanted to leave a mark on the bone door. After a fierce battle, Yi Xian successfully left a mark on the bone door. This trip was not in vain. Then, they left once again. Although the Bone King was powerful, Yi Xian's goal was not to kill him. Therefore, the Bone King had no way of stopping him. Day after day, the bone door was covered in scars. Finally, on the 10th day, the bone door was broken through. It's broken through? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had been trapped in the Dragon's Ridge for several months. Was he finally going to leave this damned place today? However, it seemed that it would not be that easy to break through the bone door. Wei Zhentian, get out. Yi Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian. After hearing this, Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into a flying sword and flew toward the bone door. Chapter 1743. Whoosh! 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 The Bone King didn't intend to let anyone leave. Its back shook a few times, and countless bone spikes shot out, turning Wei Zhentian into a sieve. Old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, hold it back. Yi Xian roared in his heart. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. 2 control skills locked the Bone King down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian teleported a long distance away and released Wei Zhentian. Whoosh! Wei Zhentian mustered all his strength and finally rushed out of the bone gate, escaping with his life. In the next moment, Yi Xian opened a void gate and quickly entered it. Whoosh! The void gate closed. Yi Xian left the dragon bone maze, and Wei Jintian also passed through the bone gate. As for Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord, they died in battle inside. Huff, 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 Wei Jintian finally left. I wonder if the Bone King will chase after him. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Whether the Bone King chased after him or not, it wasn't a threat to him. It was best if the Bone King didn't chase after him. Whoosh! The void gate opened again, and Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord rushed in. As expected, the Bone King can't leave the Dragon Bone Maze. Old Tree laughed loudly. During this period, he had lost count of how many times he had died to the Bone King. Now that he saw the Bone King standing at the exit of the Dragon Bone Maze, he immediately mocked him. Yi Xian also saw the Bone King. At the same time, he glanced at it and found that they came out from the forehead of the Dragon Bone. Three-eyed demon dragon, we came out from its third eye, Yi Xian immediately understood. However, this was no longer important. After all, he had successfully left the Dragon Bone Maze. Ding! The host has successfully escaped from the dragon's spine. The second round of the chain random quest is completed. Ding! The system rewards Wei Jintian to activate the treasure form. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. What? This chain random quest only has 2 rounds. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Originally, Wei Jintian had the form of a flying sword and a flying boat. Now, it had the form of a magic treasure. What was this? Yi Xian hurriedly checked and discovered that Megatron could transform into a different magic treasure every day. Today's Dharma treasure was called the Mystic Divine Battle Armor. Not only did it have a strong defense, but it could also increase the wearer's strength. If the host is able to kill the Bone King within a day, the maximum number of treasures you can choose per day will be increased to 3. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. Killing Bone King in 1 day? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. How was that possible? No, it was possible. Wei Jintian, you have already activated the Dharma artifact system. Your current Dharma artifact is this Mystic Divine Battle Armor. If you let the Azura Ghost Lord wear it, he might be able to fight this Bone King. Alright, Megatron, magical treasure form. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, Wei Jintian transformed into a set of silver armor and put it on Azura Ghost Lord. After putting on the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, Azura Ghost Lord felt that his strength had increased by a level. His body surged with endless power. It's time for revenge. Let's kill this Bone King. Yi Xian roared angrily. Azura Ghost Lord charged in. Previously, Azura Ghost Lord, who was a first stage 9 heaven mystic immortal, had joined forces with the Old Tree and the others to defeat the Bone King. Now that he had the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, it should not be a problem. Although the Undying Fighting Soul's duration had passed, Azura Ghost Lord's strength had increased. In an instant, he charged into the Dragon Bone Maze. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the Dragon Bone Maze. Even if his realm did not increase, the Undying Fighting Soul did not have any effect. However, Azura Ghost Lord was currently fighting against the Bone King, who was 5 realms higher. The Mystic Divine Battle Armor is indeed powerful. It actually gave Azura Ghost Lord the strength to fight against the Bone King. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. This Dharma treasure is really powerful. This old man will also join in the fun. Boss Tree laughed a few times before charging in. As for Yi Xian, he stood outside and watched. However, it was undeniable that the Bone King's strength was extremely strong. Even with the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, Azura Ghost Lord could only fight to a draw with him. This battle could be said to be earth-shattering. They fought for a full day. During this day, neither side gained the upper hand. However, the Bone King's attacks could no longer break through the Mystic Divine Battle Armor's defense. Hence, he could not hurt Azura Ghost Lord. Although Azura Ghost Lord could not hurt him, the Undying Fighting Soul's cooldown period was 1 day. The Undying Fighting Soul's cooldown period has been restored. When the system notification sounded, Azura Ghost Lord's aura skyrocketed. Undying fighting soul. Kacha. A distinctive voice finally rang out in the Dragon Bone Maze. This Bone King was finally injured by the Azura Ghost Lord, whose combat strength had increased by 3 times. Furthermore, it was unable to resist at all and was directly blasted into a pile of bones within 10 rounds. He's finally dead. He's really hard to deal with. Yi Xian sighed. If it were not for the undying fighting soul, they would not have been able to deal with the Bone King. However, the matter was finally settled now. Ding! The maximum number of Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been increased to 3. A system notification sounded. Originally, there was only 1 Dharma treasure form to choose from every day. Now, there were 3. Yi Xian immediately checked. The Mystic Divine Battle Armor form had not disappeared because Wei Zhentian was still in it. As long as Wei Zhentian changed into the Flying Sword form or the Flying Boat form, he would not be able to change into the Mystic Divine Battle Armor form today. At this time, 3 new Dharma treasures had appeared. They were the Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan, the Sky-Splitting Axe, and the Immortal Binding Rope. The Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan can create a super strong wind with a gentle wave and blow people away. The Sky-Splitting Axe has strong destructive power. The Immortal Binding Rope. Once bound, it will be difficult to break free. These were the 3 new Dharma treasure forms. Come, try changing into the Sky-Splitting Axe. Yi Xian immediately gave Wei Zhentian an order. Then, Wei Zhentian turned into a huge golden axe and was held by Azura Ghost Lord with both hands. Roar! Azura Ghost Lord roared and smashed the axe hard on the ground. Kacha! The indestructible dragon bone labyrinth actually shattered, and the cracks extended for thousands of meters. So strong. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva again. The destructive power of the Sky-Splitting Axe was too strong. One should know that Azura Ghost Lord, who was wearing the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, could not break through the Dragon Bone Maze. Now, Azura Ghost Lord, who was not wearing the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, could break through it. The Dharma treasure form is awesome. Chapter 1744. Whoosh! 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 Wei Zhentian's immortal binding rope bound Azura Ghost Lord in the blink of an eye. The latter was bound and couldn't move at all. Next was the 3rd treasure, the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan. Old tree, give it a try. Yi Xian let Azura Ghost Lord hold the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan and come to the Dragon's Ridge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Azura Ghost Lord waved his hand, a strong gust of wind swept out and blew the old tree into the sky. Even Yi Xian's eye of revelation couldn't see it. The old tree only felt that its speed was too slow. As it flew back at high speed, it felt a sharp pain in its back. It was obvious how fast it was. It's so far. It will take an hour to fly back. Yi Xian was speechless. Azura Ghost Lord blew the old tree to a faraway place with just a wave of his hand. Even if he continuously used the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, it would take an hour to return. However, Yi Xian had a special position in the void and directly opened the door to bring the old tree back. Magic treasure form. It's too awesome. Wei Zhentian, use the Sky Splitter again. Destroy this dragon bone. I'm going to keep it. Yi Xian said. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the Sky Splitter again. Azura Ghost Lord controlled the blade and began to destroy the 3-eyed demon dragon's dragon bone. The 3-eyed demon dragon's dragon bone was already terrifyingly large. There were countless bones in it, and Azura Ghost Lord took nearly half a month to destroy it. Once the dragon bone was put away, the white fog quickly dissipated, and the people inside would no longer lose their way. This dragon bone is definitely enough for me to break through to the 9 Heaven Xian immortal level. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Now, not only did he escape from the Dragon's Ridge, but he also kept the entire dragon bone. Next, he would start to roam the demon world. Wei Zhentian, use the flying sword form. Let's start our journey. Yi Xian immediately ordered. Based on his current position, he knew the little demon king was in the north. Hence, he had to head north. He was currently a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were both grade 1-9 heavenly Xian immortals. After coming out of the demon realm, Yi Xian was unfamiliar with this place, so he had to first understand this place. He directly cleaned up a faction that was weaker than the demonic dragon palace and obtained information. Right now, I am in the Skyfiend territory, which is under the control of the Dark North Emperor. The Lord of Skyfiend territory is an expert of the pure Yang True immortal level. Yi Xian's eyes slightly narrowed. The of the Lord was the of the territory, of the was. Of the. The little demon king seems to be a subordinate of the Shura sovereign. This is the territory of the Dark North Emperor. It seems like it won't be easy to find him. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. It seemed like he had to raise his level. Since he was in the devil realm, he did not have to worry about anything. Next, he cleaned up the surrounding overarching heavenly supreme celestial immortals. As for the people of these forces, they were all kept in the planting space. I've cleaned up a few overarching heavenly supreme celestial immortals. Some of them are 10 times stronger than the demon dragon palace. I've finally obtained some treasures. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he consumed the treasures that reduced his bewitchment points to 0. Following that, he tried to break through again. Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 1-9 heavenly Xian celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a grade 2-9 heavenly Xian celestial. Yi Xian felt helpless. Every time he broke through, he had to lower his bewitchment points. This greatly reduced the speed of his breakthrough. Otherwise, with his current wealth, he would have become a 9 heavenly Xian celestial by now. However, Yi Xian's arrogant actions attracted the attention of the heavenly demon territory's experts. Yi Xian was still on his way when a group of people rushed towards him from the horizon. These were all demonic cultivators. The strongest one had reached the grade 5-9 heavenly Xian celestial, which was 3 realms higher than Azura Ghost Lord. However, this realm was nothing in Yi Xian's eyes. Wei Zhentian, heavenly judgment lot. Yi Xian looked at the group of people and said to Wei Zhentian in his heart. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into 9 heavenly judgment lots and flew through the air. Whoosh! 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 The wind whistled and the formation of the demonic cultivators was instantly disrupted. Some of them were even killed by the 9 heavenly judgment lots. A few seconds later, all the demonic cultivators were dead, including the grade 5-9 heavenly Xian celestial. Facing this group of demonic cultivators, Wei Zhentian only transformed into a Dharma treasure and killed them all. This Dharma treasure form was really powerful. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. The bewitchment value returned to 0 again. Ding! Host's cultivation base has increased to a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ember of lightning fire made a breakthrough. Now a second stage 9 heaven Xian immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through to tier 3 9 heavens Xian immortal. Now, Yi Xian did not want to continuously break through. Therefore, every time he broke through, he would need even more precious treasures to lower his bewitchment value. Therefore, his plan was to lower his bewitchment value to 0 every time he broke through. Continue. Without another word, Yi Xian had Wei Zhentian transform into a pair of Immortal Ascension cloud boots and put them on his feet. The Immortal Ascension steps was a magic treasure that could fly much faster than the flying sword form. However, this magic treasure rarely appeared. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered it. Although there was a limit to the bewitched value, Yi Xian no longer had any scruples now that he was in the demon realm. Every power in the devil realm was very cruel. Their own people would often kill each other and leave behind the strong ones. This was completely different from the immortal cultivation sects. Thus, Yi Xian would kill wherever he went. If he was dealing with those small sects, Ghost Lord Azura could simply activate Ghost Lord Azura and wipe them out. As for the large sects, given the strength of Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian, as long as they were not pure Yang true immortals, they should be able to deal with them. However, Yi Xian's actions had already attracted the attention of the Celestial Demon Lord. Another squad of demonic cultivators has arrived? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the strength of this squad of demonic cultivators had exceeded his expectations. Of the 5, 4 were Tier 8-9 Heavens Xian Immortals. The leader was even a Tier 9 Heavens Xian Immortal. They were all dressed in standard armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. A tough one has arrived. However, Wei Zhentian has transformed into the mystic god armor today. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately had Wei Zhentian transform into the mystic god armor and put it on Ghost Lord Azura. Chapter 1745. Kill. Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate made his move. The group of devil cultivators knew Azura Ghost Venerate was the strongest among Yi Xian's group, so they focused their attention on him. One of you, go and kill the rest of them. The leader of the group, a grade 9-9 heavenly mystic celestial, shouted. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He hastily tore a hole in the void and entered it. He was only a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even the weakest one among them was a stage higher than him. What was there to fight? After Yi Xian left, Azura Ghost Venerate was besieged by 5 people. However, to everyone's surprise, the mystic divine armor's defense was beyond their expectations. The other 4 grade 8-9 heavenly mystic celestials could not even break through its defense. Only the leader, a grade 9 mystic celestial, was able to damage the mystic divine armor. However, one should not forget that Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian shared the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Their recovery speed was amazing. The mystic divine armor would heal as soon as it was damaged. In other words, this group of people could not do anything to Azura Ghost Venerate. However, Azura Ghost Venerate had been hiding his strength. He was waiting for an opportunity. Bastard, try this move of mine. A devil cultivator wielded a short sword and aimed it at Azura Ghost Venerate's heart. However, at this moment, undying fighting soul. Azura Ghost Venerate's aura suddenly soared as a huge eye opened in his chest. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind howled as a crisp sound rang in the air. Azura Ghost Venerate had sliced the devil cultivator and his devil heart into 2. As soon as the devil cultivator died, death chi surged into the eye of Azura. Before anyone could react, Azura Ghost Venerate's eye of Azura blinked. Eye of Azura, Azura Divine Light. Boom! A black beam of light instantly killed the second grade 8-9 heavenly mystic celestial. Then, Azura Ghost Venerate blinked again. A second Azura Divine Light shot out. Dodge! At this moment, everyone finally regained their senses. Although the second Azura Divine Light did not miss, it did not penetrate his devil heart. It was considered a waste. As a result, the Azura Ghost Lord could no longer use the Azura Divine Light. At that moment, the Azura Ghost Lord took the opportunity to take away the interspatial ring of the person he had just killed and disappeared in an instant. What? Where is he? Everyone was astonished. They turned their heads to look and just happened to see Yi Xian's void door close. As it turned out, Yi Xian had returned from the battle and teleported Ghost Lord Azura into the planting space. This time, although he only earned 1 interspatial ring, it was already very good. Besieged by the 5 of them, the Azura Ghost Lord had relied on a surprise attack to kill one of them. Then, while the other party was still in shock, he used the Azura Divine Light to kill the second person. However, the other party had already reacted. Even if he activated his undying fighting soul, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. Hence, it was better to quit while he was ahead. After all, if they continued to fight, they might not even get an interspatial ring. Tisk, tsk, tsk. It's not that easy to kill me. Yi Xian grinned as he thought to himself. Now that he had obtained the interspatial ring of a grade 8-9 heavens mystic celestial, there were many good things in it. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 3-9 heavens mystic celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through and are now grade 4-9 heavens mystic celestials. However, this was not the end of it. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 1-9 heavens mystic celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 4-9 heavens mystic celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through and are now grade 5-9 heavens mystic celestials. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Xian's cultivation base had increased twice before he finally became a 9 heavens mystic celestial. At this moment, Azura Ghost Lord's undying fighting soul was still present. Go. Kill them. At this moment, Yi Xian once again broke through the void and returned to the previous place. A grade 5-9 heavens mystic celestial should not have a problem dealing with 2 grade 8-9 heavens mystic celestials and a grade 9-9 heavens mystic celestial. Don't forget that Ghost Lord Azura was still wearing the mystic divine battle armor. What? A grade 5-9 heavens mystic celestial? The three people were shocked. In just a second, Azura Ghost Lord had broken through from grade 3-9 heavens mystic celestial to grade 5-9 heavens mystic celestial. How was this possible? Before they could react, Ghost Lord Azura charged at them once again. This time, these demonic cultivators were no match for him at all. The 2 grade 8-9 heavens mystic celestials were instantly killed, and the grade 9 mystic celestial did not last more than 3 rounds before finally dying. Host's killing intent has increased. Host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, Yi Xian won this battle and obtained 4 more interspatial rings. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 2-9 heavens mystic celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 5-9 heavens mystic celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through and is now a grade 6-9 heavens mystic celestial. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Based on his previous experience, he could at most break through 3 times in a short period of time, and every time he broke through, his bedevilment points had to return to 0 before he could continue. Today, Yi Xian had jumped 3 levels in a row. This time, his bedevilment points had only reached a maximum of 90, and then he had instantly returned them to 0. However, he did not dare to continue to level up, because the next time he broke through, it would definitely exceed 100, or even 200. If he wanted to break through again, he would need at least 10 days to half a month. This was a bit safer. These 5 people should be the personal guards of the Celestial Demon Lord. It seems that I've attracted his attention. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this, because he had discovered some proof of identity in the 5 people's interspatial rings. But, so what? According to legend, the Celestial Demon Lord was a pure young true immortal, but even a 9 heavens mystic celestial had died at the hands of Azura Ghost Lord. A mere pure young true immortal was not much of a threat. However, Yi Xian did not dare to let his guard down, because he had heard that the Celestial Demon Lord was not a demonic cultivator, but a true demon. Forget it, I'll find a place and go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month first. Yi Xian shook his head and did not want to trouble himself, so he turned around and left. In any case, he had already arrived at the demon realm, and he was not in a hurry at the moment, so he was not in a hurry to travel, and could take his time. Thus, he decided to find a random place to lie low for a while. Chapter 1746. Just now, Yi Xian had broken through in a short period of time, then charged back and caught the enemy off guard. However, on the 6th day of his seclusion, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful sense of oppression. A 9th rank arcane immortal? No, a pure yang true immortal. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He could sense an aura that was even more powerful than that of the 9th rank arcane immortal from before. A pure yang true immortal level demonic cultivator. The celestial fiend lord? Yi Xian instantly understood. His body trembled as he hurriedly summoned Ghost Lord Azura and the others. It just so happened that the mystic god armor was one of Wei Jintian's 3 magic treasures. This caused Yi Xian to let out a sigh of relief. Ghost Lord Azura, go out and meet the celestial fiend lord. Yi Xian ordered Wei Jintian to transform into the mystic god armor and put it on Ghost Lord Azura. Ghost Lord Azura was a 6th rank arcane immortal, and he had the mystic god armor. Even if he faced a pure yang true immortal level demonic cultivator, what could he do? When they left, they saw a black figure standing in midair. However, when Yi Xian saw this person's face clearly, he couldn't help but tremble violently. This pure yang true immortal was actually a little girl dressed in a black dress. She looked to be no more than 12 years old. However, this little girl had a pair of wings on her back. When her cold gaze swept past Yi Xian, the latter felt a chill in his heart. She was the celestial fiend lord? I heard that the celestial fiend lord isn't a demonic cultivator, but a true demon. And a peak-level demon race at that, Yi Xian murmured to himself. Right at this moment, the little girl spoke. So, you are the ones who act so recklessly in my territory? Faced with this question, Yi Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, you are the celestial fiend lord? That's right. I am the celestial fiend lord. The little girl replied. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. I won't show you any mercy just because you're like this, Yi Xian said slowly. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, this immortal beast of yours isn't bad. I'll spare his life. The celestial demon lord snorted. That will depend on your ability. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Ghost Lord Azura moved. He transformed into a streak of light and attacked the celestial demon overlord. A rank 5 arcane immortal against a rank 1 pure yang true immortal. There was a difference of 5 levels of power between them. Although he had the mystic divine battle armor, Yi Xian was not confident. After all, this heavenly demon lord was from the demon race and not a demonic cultivator. Demons are naturally stronger than devil cultivators, so this battle won't be easy. Boom! 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 Deafening booms resounded in the sky as Ghost Lord Azura clashed with the celestial demon overlord. Now, Wei Jintian was also a 5th grade 9 heavens mystic immortal. When he transformed into the mystic divine battle armor, his defense was even stronger than when he was in his flying boat form. However, such a powerful defense was nothing in front of the celestial demon overlord. The celestial demon overlord didn't even take out her own weapon. Her fists alone were enough to crack the mystic divine battle armor. However, Wei Jintian had the bloodline of the deathless phoenix. He quickly recovered. Oh. This immortal artifact isn't bad, the celestial demon overlord said, a thoughtful look on her face. She didn't know that this was Wei Jintian in human form. However, she could tell that Ghost Lord Azura was Yi Xian's immortal beast. Thus, she decided to capture the ringleader first. Swish! Instantly, the celestial demon overlord dodged Ghost Lord Azura and dove downwards. Grip of the Yellow Springs. Ghost Lord Azura hurriedly extended his hand, but the grip of the Yellow Springs wasn't very effective against this celestial demon overlord. All it could do was slow him down slightly. The celestial demon overlord was 8 levels higher than Yi Xian. The difference in power was enormous. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. He instantly flashed to the edge of the celestial demon overlord's field of vision, then tore through the void. Let's go. Yi Xian dove in, leaving behind only Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Jintian. So you actually have a technique like this? Impressive, but it won't be that easy for you to escape from me. The celestial demon overlord let out a cold snort in her heart, then flew towards a certain direction at high speed. Thanks to her celestial demon wings, if she moved at full speed, not even a rank 3 pure Yang true immortal would be able to match her speed. However, if Yi Xian wanted to leave, unless she set down a spacelock formation in advance, she wouldn't be able to stop him. That little girl, she's flying towards me. She's quite fast. Yi Xian shuddered. This speed, not even Wei Zhentian in his flying sword form could match it. Forget flying sword form, even the cloud steps of ascension probably wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Yi Xian estimated that it would take her at most half a day to reach him. Alas, if he wanted to use his void eye, there was no way he could catch her. Half a day later, Yi Xian sensed that the girl was already very close to him. Thus, he hurriedly tore through the void and returned to the place where they had fought earlier. What? He went back? The celestial demon overlord was flabbergasted. She hurriedly turned around. She refused to believe that Yi Xian would be able to use it repeatedly. In addition, for the sake of subduing Ghost Lord Azura, she was willing to chase him for 100 years. However, Yi Xian didn't want to fight her at all. He was simply using his void eye to buy time. The celestial demon overlord hurried for half a day, only to see Yi Xian fly away again. And each time, he would fly to a different location. This caused the celestial demon overlord to grit her teeth in anger. 10 days. She chased him for 10 full days, but to no avail. Time passed as she hurried. However, after 10 days, Yi Xian's bewitchment points had more or less recovered. Although he could only break through twice in a row, it was more than enough to deal with the celestial demon overlord. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a rank 3 arcane immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a rank 4 arcane immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 arcane immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 arcane immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a rank 7 arcane immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a rank 8 arcane immortal. In an instant, Yi Xian and Old Tree's realms had risen by 2 levels. With their current realms, they no longer had to fear the celestial demon overlord. She'll be here soon. Once she arrives, we'll capture her. Yi Xian ordered Old Tree and Ghost Lord Azura. It didn't matter whether they killed the celestial demon overlord or not, but Yi Xian's realm was too low. It would take a long time to search his soul, so Yi Xian decided not to kill him. Rather than that, he might as well capture him and ask him how to quickly find the little demon king. After all, the flow of time in the planting space was so slow. He didn't believe that Yi Xian wouldn't give in. Soon, the celestial demon overlord's petite figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. HM. Chapter 1747. In just 10 short days, a rank 6 mystic immortal had broken through to rank 8 mystic immortal. This was simply inconceivable. Not waiting for the celestial demon lord to react, Ghost Lord Azura immediately charged over. Back then, he had only been a rank 6 mystic immortal. Although he hadn't been able to touch the celestial demon lord, the celestial demon lord hadn't been able to injure him either. Now, Wei Zhentian had broken through to rank 8 mystic immortal as well. With the mystic god armor activated, there was no way the celestial demon lord could break through his defenses. Celestial demon great art, myriad demons shatter the heavens. Sensing how extraordinary Ghost Lord Azura was, the celestial demon lord immediately unleashed his most powerful attack. A black fist smashed into the mystic god armor. This time, however, the armor wasn't damaged in the slightest. Hiss! The celestial demon lord sucked in a cold breath. That day, she had been able to crack the mystic god armor with her fists alone. Today, she had used her most powerful attack, but she hadn't been able to injure him in the slightest. How was this possible? Right at this moment, Ghost Lord Azura suddenly stretched out his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the celestial demon lord. Grip of the Netherworld. However, the celestial demon lord wasn't to be trifled with. Although the grip of the netherworld was powerful, it wasn't to the point where she couldn't move. But what if she added the 9 dragons thunder astral chain to the mix? Swish. 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 The 9 dragons thunder astral chain was suddenly thrown out by the old tree. Although the old tree was only a rank 7 mystic immortal, 1 level lower than Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura, he already had the power to fight against pure young true immortals. You want to trap me? Not so easy. The celestial demon lord spread her wings and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, the grip of the netherworld and the 9 dragons thunder astral chain were just a setup. Yi Xian's true killing move was yet to come. Wei Zhentian, immortal binding rope. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into a long golden chain and swept over to the celestial demon lord, then instantly bound her. Immortal binding rope, the immortal binding rope, even pure yang true immortals. How is this possible? The heavenly demon lord was shocked. How did a set of battle armor suddenly turn into such a magical treasure? She couldn't even use the heavenly demonic power in her body. Tisk, TSK, TSK, little girl, you're too weak. A wretched voice entered the celestial demon lord's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian darted over with a sneaky smile and took the former's interspatial ring. Forceful devour. After removing the universe ring, Yi Xian quickly used force devour. Although there was a difference of several realms between them, Yi Xian had 9 luck points. Moreover, the effects of 9 luck points were doubled, which was equivalent to 18 luck points. This time, the forceful devouring actually succeeded. Oh my god, I didn't expect to be so lucky. When Yi Xian saw the celestial demon overlord disappear, he was visibly moved. He had only used force devour subconsciously, but he never expected it to actually succeed. Now, a pure young true immortal level celestial fiend lord was like a piece of meat on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of Yi Xian. What is this place? The celestial demon overlord, who was trapped in the planting space, cried out in alarm. This is my space. Here, with your cultivation level, you are at my mercy. Yi Xian grinned. So what if you brought me here? Do you think you can kill me? The celestial demon overlord snorted coldly. Why don't we give it a try? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't know how old the celestial demon overlord was, he was definitely much older than him. Although the celestial demon overlord appeared to be only 12 years old, who knew if he was already a super old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years? Thus, he wasn't going to show any mercy to the fairer sex, especially when his opponent was a demon. Ghost Lord Azura, chop off her wings. Yi Xian ordered Ghost Lord Azura, who had returned to the planting space. Ghost Lord Azura was an immortal beast and didn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. He only obeyed Yi Xian's orders. When he heard Yi Xian's order, he immediately raised his saber and chopped down. However, something unexpected happened. Ghost Lord Azura, an 8th tier 9 heaven arcane immortal, should have been able to hurt the celestial demon overlord. However, the celestial demon overlord blocked his attack. Moreover, it wasn't difficult at all. You're too naive. Do you know who I am? The celestial demon overlord glanced at the saber with disdain. Aren't you just an overlord? Yi Xian replied casually. The celestial demon overlord smiled innocently. My realm is the lowest among all the overlords, but do you know why I'm able to manage the celestial demon overlord without being killed by the other overlords? Yi Xian trembled when he heard this. So you have a background. But so what? You're now my prisoner. Just a prisoner. You can't hurt me anyway. I have a demonic weapon on me. Even if your strength increases by 10,000 times, you can't hurt me. The celestial demon overlord snorted. 10,000 times? Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. He hurriedly examined the celestial demon overlord's skin and discovered that there really was something strange about it. Forget about a 4th tier 9 heaven arcane immortal like you. Even if you were an immortal king, you wouldn't be able to break through it. Give up. Now that I'm missing, I'm sure my father will find me soon. When the time comes, you'll suffer, the celestial demon overlord continued. Immortal king? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise on his face. He was currently a 9-heaven arcane immortal, followed by pure yang true immortal, grand unity peerless immortal, and then immortal monarch. As for immortal king, that was one realm higher than immortal monarch. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a background. It seemed that her father was at least a demon king. TCH. Once I break through and take control of you, this demonic weapon will be mine. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. A demon king level demonic weapon. If he could get his hands on it, he'd be able to do whatever he wanted. I've heard that you immortals have immortal arts that can control one's mind. I advise you to give up. This demonic weapon is called the Celestial Demon Armor. Not only does it have astonishing defensive power, it can also block soul attacks. Even a demon king won't be able to control me. The celestial demon overlord had a look of disdain on his face as he continued, besides, I have a celestial demon heart in my body. Even without the celestial demon armor, you won't be able to control me. A celestial demon heart was on the same level as a celestial demon heart. He didn't expect this little girl to have successfully refined it. Where did this little girl come from? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. After all, even the little demon king hadn't managed to refine a celestial demon heart. But this little girl had. It seemed that he'd run into a tough nut to crack. Chapter 1748. A demon king was not someone he could deal with right now. Any one of his subordinates could kill him 100 million times over. At this moment, the celestial demon lord suddenly spoke again. Let me go if you know what's good for you. I'll let you go for the sake of the purple extreme demon heart. Oh. Purple extreme demon heart? Yi Xian was shocked. Why would you let me go for the sake of the purple extreme demon heart? The demonic cultivators in the Chaos Royal Territory under the Shura Sovereign cultivate the purple extreme demon heart. Since he cultivated the purple extreme demon heart, he must have come from the Chaos Royal Territory. The celestial demon lord's gaze fell on Old Tree. I know the Chaos Royal Territory's lord, so I'll let you go for his sake. Chaos Royal Territory? Hearing this name, Yi Xian suddenly thought of someone, and that was the little demon king. Moreover, the little demon king happened to be under the Shura sovereign's command. Could it be, is the Chaos Royal Territory's lord the little demon king? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Nonsense. The celestial demon lord rolled his eyes. This answer shocked Yi Xian. He did not expect that the little girl he kidnapped would know the little demon king. If that was the case, things would be simple. You know the little demon king? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. So what if I know him? Why are you asking about this? The celestial demon lord glanced at Yi Xian. This matter was not a secret, so it was fine to say it out loud. What a coincidence, I'm looking for him too. If you tell me how to find him quickly, I'll let you go. How about it? Yi Xian suddenly showed a harmless expression. This time, it was the celestial demon lord's turn to be surprised. You know the little demon king? Yes, he asked me to come to the demon realm to find him. Yi Xian nodded. Lying with such a straight face. He wouldn't even take an immortal lord seriously. How could a mere 9 heavens Xian immortal know him? The celestial demon lord clearly didn't believe him. The difference in realms between Yi Xian and the little demon king was so great that it was like a beggar saying that he knew the emperor. How was this possible? I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just making a deal with you. As long as you bring me to him, I'll let you go. Yi Xian's expression turned cold. TCH, I don't believe you. If you can tell me his name, I'll take you to him, said the heavenly demon lord. Name? That's easy. I think his name is Chi Su, right? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow as he thought back to that day. The little demon king had really told him his name. However, very few people in the demon realm knew of this name, but Yi Xian actually knew it. This gave the celestial demon overlord a fright. You really know him? How is that possible? The celestial demon lord was stunned. Only a few people knew the name Qi Su. Yi Xian couldn't have guessed it. I've already told you my name. What else do you want to confirm? Once you bring me to him, won't the truth come to light? Yi Xian said. I have a mana stone in my interspatial ring that can communicate with him, said the celestial demon lord. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately took out all the mana stones he had. Then, the celestial demon lord took out one and tested it. No response. The celestial demon lord was surprised. He's probably in seclusion. He just came back. In that case, take me to him. Yi Xian was slightly disappointed. All right, but you have to go to the Dark North Royal Territory, said the celestial demon lord. Dark North Royal Territory? Yi Xian was speechless. The Dark North Royal Territory was the territory of the Dark North Emperor. Moreover, it was a long journey. How much time would it take? My father is the Dark North Emperor. What, are you scared? The celestial demon lord snorted. The F***CK? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost pissed his pants. This pure young true immortal celestial demon lord was actually the daughter of the Dark North Emperor? The Dark North Emperor was the demon emperor. Humph. The father of the little demon king? The demon king of chaos is a general under my father's command. If you really are a friend of the little demon king, then all you have to do is find him, the celestial demon lord said. Demon king of chaos? If that's the case, then how did the little demon king end up serving under the Azura sovereign? Yi Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. The celestial demon lord said helplessly, the father and son had a big argument and ran off. Also, the little demon king is my brother-in-law. Hiss. Yi Xian sucked in a cold breath. He hadn't expected that the little girl he had kidnapped was the sister-in-law of the little demon king. Just now, he had wanted to chop off this girl's wings. It was truly a case of a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. However, Yi Xian had no way to verify the celestial demon lord's words, so he only believed half of it. The Dark North Royal Territory is a long journey. How long will it take to get there? Yi Xian asked. Given your cultivation, if you don't run into any dangers along the way, it'll take at least 100,000 years. However, I can call someone to come pick you up. Do you dare? The celestial demon lord suddenly smiled slyly. I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian immediately replied. This little girl was the daughter of the Dark North Emperor. The person who came to pick her up would at least be a demon king. He was just a Xian immortal of the 9 heavens. In front of a demon king, he was like an ant. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. I think I should go on my own. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Or, you can go to the Flower Rain Royal Territory first. That's the territory of my sister, Bai Ming Huayu. Once there, you can ask around. My sister is engaged to the little demon king, the celestial demon lord said. The Flower Rain Royal Territory, huh? Yi Xian found the Flower Rain Royal Territory based on the map in the little girl's interspatial ring. It was much closer than the Dark North Royal Territory. However, it was still a royal territory, and the Demon King level demon lord would probably not be able to get there so easily. Forget it. I can continue to make breakthroughs. As long as I have time to grow, it shouldn't take too long. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had kidnapped the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. Although the items in the interspatial ring didn't match his status, it was enough for him to break through to the pure young true immortal level. He estimated that in a month or two, he would break through to the pure young true immortal level. For safety's sake, Yi Xian decided to first enter secluded meditation. After all, he was only a rank 4 mystic immortal. This time, he entered secluded meditation for a full month. A month later, Yi Xian emerged from seclusion. By now, He had broken through from the rank 4 Mystic Immortal level to the rank 9 Mystic Immortal level. As for Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian, they had broken through to the rank 3 Pure Yang True Immortal level. Even the old tree was a rank 2 Pure Yang True Immortal. Right now, they were all supremely powerful. Leaving this ordinary territory shouldn't be a problem for them. Chapter 1749. Hey, you're already at this level. Why are you still committing crimes in my territory? Celestial Demon Lord Bai Ming Sun said rather unhappily. Committing crimes? Immortals and devils can't coexist. As an immortal cultivator, I'm already giving you face by not starting a massacre. Yi Xian snorted coldly. By now, he had already turned Bai Ming Sun's estate upside down. You kidnapped my people and stole my things. You really are shameless. Since you need it, why don't you go to the Flying Sand region first? If you rob a power there, you'll be able to match up to my Celestial Demon region, Bai Ming Sun said. Flying Sand region? Why do I have to go there? Yi Xian asked curiously. The Lord of the Flying Sand region. Although he knows who I am, every time he looks at me, there's something wrong with his eyes. I want you to gouge out his eyes. It would be best if you could kill him. Bai Ming Sun said. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel pity for the Lord of the Flying Sand region. He clearly knew who Bai Ming Sun was, but he still dared to look her in the eye. He was truly courting death. Fine. I'll go kill him. Yi Xian agreed. Although he had taken Bai Ming Sun's things, she was still the sister-in-law of the little demon king. He still had to help her out. Of course, the most important thing was that the Lord of the Flying Sand region was a rank 6 Pure Yang True Immortal. Given Azura's current level of power, killing him wouldn't be a problem. Soon, Yi Xian left the Celestial Demon region and swept through everything. None of the powers along the way were able to stop him at all. All of them were swept away. However, Yi Xian had now reached the rank 9 Mystic Immortal level. He was only one step away from becoming a Pure Yang True Immortal. He needed quite a few natural treasures. After spending a few days, Yi Xian traversed through several territories before arriving at the Flying Sand region. Although the Lord of the Flying Sand region was a rank 6 Pure Yang True Immortal, Yi Xian didn't directly charge into his main city. Instead, he began to sweep through everything. Moreover, wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. There was not a single living person. All of them had been taken into the planting space. The disappearance of these forces and families made other people in the Flying Sand region feel strange. At the same time, this news also reached the ears of the Lord of the Flying Sand region, Xiajiu. However, at this time, Yi Xian had already collected a large number of heaven and earth treasures and reduced his bewitchment value to 0. Moreover, he had killed his way to the Lord's mansion of Facia region. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a rank 1 Pure Yang True Immortal. Ding! Ember Thunderfire made a breakthrough. Current level, rank 4 Pure Yang True Immortal. Ding! Ghost Exalt Azura and Wei Zhentian have made breakthroughs. They have now become Pure Yang True Immortals. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian and the others' realm skyrocketed. What a powerful aura! The Lord of Flying Sand region, Xiajiu, sensed the presence of Azura Ghost Venerate and immediately rushed out of the Lord Mansion. A few silhouettes were standing in the air. One of them was someone he recognized. Little Princess? Xiajiu recognized him at a glance. Bai Ming Sun, a rank 1 Pure Yang True Immortal, had been released by Yi Xian. She was currently standing in front of Xiajiu. Old man, today is the day you die. Kill. Bai Ming Sun didn't waste time with words. She let out a cold snort. Azura Ghost Venerate instantly charged over. Midway, he clenched his right hand, and an invisible force enveloped Xiajiu. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. The first stage of the Grasp of the Yellow Springs restricted Xiajiu, while the second stage crushed Xiajiu's body and caused it to explode. Bang! Xiaojiu's entire body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Xiaojiu wasn't a demon. He was merely a demonic cultivator. However, his physique was extremely shocking. Yet, he was instantly killed by Azura Ghost Venerate, who was one level lower than him. Once he died, the Lord Mansion was like a group of dragons without a leader, and Yi Xian immediately plundered everything. However, news of the appearance of a celestial demon lord in this place also spread. After all, some people had communication crystals. Alright, one dead. Continue. Bai Ming Sun looked at Xiaojiu's corpse and said slowly. Continue? How many do you want to kill? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. A lot. Anyway, once these lords die, a new lord will soon appear. Why don't we kill them all? Bai Ming Sun said. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't go to Flower Rain King territory. Anyway, I need to improve my strength. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He nodded and said, Alright, I'll help you kill those people. Immediately, they left again. In fact, he found some information in some people's interspatial rings. In addition, he secretly searched their souls and confirmed Bai Ming Sun's identity. Bai Ming Sun's elder sister, Bai Ming Huayu, was indeed engaged to Little Demon Lord, but they weren't married yet. Because of this, Yi Xian was not worried about Bai Ming Sun. In the following period of time, Yi Xian plundered all of the territories around the Flying Sand region. A month later, he had reached rank 5 pure Yang True Immortal. As for Wei Zhentian and Azura Wraith, they were rank 9 pure Yang True Immortals, only one step away from Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. After the Grand Unity Absolute Immortal was the Immortal Monarch. At that time, Yi Xian would decide to head to the Flower Rain Kingdom. However, just as he was about to continue ransacking, a black team suddenly attacked. There were 3 people in this team, but their strength exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. All 3 were Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. That's not right. The lords I killed weren't even Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. Why would such powerful people come? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling that something was wrong. Such powerful demonic cultivators should be in more powerful places. Why would they come to such a remote place? There were countless territories in the demon realm, and they were divided into different levels. Lords of pure Yang True Immortals were considered low-level territories, Lords of Grand Unity Peerless Immortals were considered mid-level territories, Lords of Demon Lords were considered high-level territories, and Lords of Demon Kings were considered royal territories. Grand Unity Peerless Immortals usually lived in mid-level territories. Why would they come to low-level territories? Most importantly, these 3 people were very strange. They came directly for Yi Xian. Is it because I'm a demonic cultivator? Impossible. I'm just a rank 5 pure Yang True Immortal. Even a demonic cultivator can insta-kill a pure Yang True Immortal with a casual attack. When he thought of this, Yi Xian understood. These 3 Grand Unity Peerless Immortals were probably here to kill him because he had been in the limelight recently. Or perhaps there was another reason. Strange. Where's Bai Ming Sun? The leader of the demonic cultivators said in a low voice, a look of surprise on his face. He recognized Yi Xian, but he didn't see Bai Ming Sun, the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. Whatever. Kill him and search his soul. Chapter 1750. All 3 of them were 3rd-rank Primordial Unity Peerless Immortals. However, they were nothing in front of Ghost Venerable Azura. This time, however, Yi Xian didn't want Ghost Venerable Azura to attack. Wei Zhentian should be enough. Wei Zhentian, Judgment Brush. At Yi Xian's command, Wei Zhentian turned into a giant brush and quickly wrote the word, Judge, in the air. Judgment Brush, life and death in a single word. When the word was finished, the 3 3rd-rank Primordial Unity Peerless Immortals trembled and their demon hearts shattered. Their corpses, bereft of their master, fell from the sky. The Judgment Brush had a very small chance of appearing, but it was very powerful. It could kill in one hit. However, it didn't need to hit the target, as long as the target was within Yi Xian's sight. Moreover, the chance of killing in one hit was also related to luck. Most importantly, Wei Zhentian was 4 ranks higher than Yi Xian, so the chance of killing in one hit was very high. Thus, the 3 primordial unity peerless immortals were killed instantly. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Wei Zhentian, your Dharma treasure system is too scary. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. He quickly dashed over and collected the cosmos rings of the 3 corpses, then threw the corpses into the planting space. Hey, where did you get these 3 corpses? Bai Ming Sun asked curiously in the planting space. I just killed them. They're still warm. Do you want to eat them? Yi Xian said casually. Bah, I'm from the Heavenly Demon Clan, not the Ogre Demon Clan. Why would I eat corpses? Bai Ming Sun said angrily, these 3 are from the Masha clan. What's wrong with the Masha clan? Yi Xian asked in surprise. The Masha clan is a natural-born assassin. Their mission completion rate is very high, but they shouldn't be around here. Bai Ming Sun thought for a moment. I know. News of us being together must have leaked, so the Masha Emperor sent someone to kill me. Demon Killer Emperor? Yi Xian muttered, your father's enemy? Yes, they only sent people of this level because they were afraid of being discovered. It seems that they have their eyes on you. You have to be careful. After Bai Ming Sun finished speaking, she suddenly revealed a sly smile. She had the heavenly demon armor, so even a demon king wouldn't be able to hurt her. Moreover, it was unlikely that a demon king would descend upon the emperor of Bai Ming, so she wouldn't be in danger. Don't worry, I won't die so easily, Yi Xian replied. When you die, remember to give this immortal artifact to me. Bai Ming Sun reminded. The immortal artifact she was referring to was Yi Xian's planting space. She thought that she had been kept in some sort of immortal artifact. The flow of time in here was 400. A year inside was equivalent to a day outside. Bai Ming Sun had only cultivated for 3,000 years. If 7,000 years passed in the outside world, then she had cultivated for 3 million years inside. When the time came, she would definitely surpass the demon emperor and become a demon sovereign. Although immortals had frighteningly long lives, the world was ever-changing. If one could increase their cultivation speed by 400 times, they would be able to take over other territories and become even stronger. If possible, she would rather give up 10 heavenly demon armors in exchange for this immortal artifact. Unfortunately, no matter how many times Yi Xian said that the planting space wasn't an immortal artifact, Bai Ming Sun still didn't believe him. After dealing with the 3 demon killers, Yi Xian continued on his way. However, a new Mosher killer soon arrived. This time, it's a 5th rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. Yi Xian was stunned. Previously, he'd killed 3 3rd rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. This time, however, it was a 5th rank one. His strength had increased by more than 10-fold. Wei Zhentian, Judgment Brush. Yi Xian immediately shouted. The success rate of using the Judgment Brush had nothing to do with the number of people, but with one's cultivation level. Currently, Wei Zhentian was a 9th rank Pure Yang True Immortal, 5 levels lower than his opponent. Thus, the Judgment Brush didn't succeed this time. Seeing that the Judgment Brush didn't succeed, Wei Zhentian quickly changed targets. This time, he used 9 Heavenly Appraiser lots. Azura Ghost Lord, Old Tree, you too go as well. Yi Xian immediately shouted. In an instant, the crowd rushed over to attack. Bai Ming Sun isn't here? I'll kill you first. The 5th rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal muttered to himself, then transformed into a black shadow and shot over. This time, Wei Zhentian didn't choose the Mystic God armor from his 3 treasures. Thus, Azura Ghost Lord was much weaker than before. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. Thunderbolt Astral Chains of the 9 Dragons. While the Grand Unity Peerless Immortal was restrained, Yi Xian hurriedly slashed with his sword. This was naturally the 1,000 Severing Slash. However, Yi Xian's cultivation level was too low. The 1,000 Severing Slash had no effect at all. You 3, do your best. I'll retreat first. Without another word, Yi Xian tore through the void and left the battlefield. Right now, he was mainly relying on treasures to survive. After all, his cultivation level was too low. He was only a 5th rank pure Yang true immortal. His opponent, however, was a 5th rank Grand Unity peerless immortal, an entire realm higher than him. Although this battle was fierce, Azura Ghost Lord and the other two were indestructible. Thus, the Grand Unity peerless immortal could only become more and more exhausted. In the end, he had no choice but to flee. Unfortunately, with the grasp of the Yellow Springs, there was no way for him to escape. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian tore through the void once more and returned, putting away the 5th rank Grand Unity peerless immortals Yin and Yang ring. Although I have a large amount of natural treasures, I don't dare to break through just yet. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. It had only been a few days since his last breakthrough. Although his bewitchment points were now at 0, he decided to continue waiting for the right moment just to be safe. That murderous demon emperor doesn't know that Bai Ming Sun has the heavenly demon armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent anyone over. Now that I've been targeted, I can kill a 5th rank Grand Unity peerless immortal through attrition. But if a 6th rank Grand Unity peerless immortal comes, there's nothing I can do. Yi Xian thought to himself. With the heavenly demon armor, even a demon king wouldn't be able to harm Bai Ming Sun. However, the murderous demon emperor didn't know this. He might not send a demon king, but a high-rank Grand Unity peerless immortal shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Grand Unity peerless immortals were nothing to a demon emperor. They could send as many as they wanted. Thus, Yi Xian planned to find a place to cultivate. After checking the surrounding map, Yi Xian continued forward. It just so happened that there was a dangerous place nearby. He wanted to enter and cultivate for a few days. Chapter 1751. Wei Zhentian's current magic treasure form was extremely useful. After using Wei Zhentian's immortal ascension steps to travel for half a day, Yi Xian finally arrived at his destination. This was a dangerous place known as Paradise Lost. It was filled with countless vengeful spirits, and even Grand Unity peerless immortals wouldn't dare to rashly enter. Yi Xian immediately charged in, planning to find a place to spend 8 to 10 days first. Wei Zhentian's 3 magic treasures just so happened to respawn, and an item known as the soul-sucking bell appeared. This was the bane of vengeful spirits. Wei Zhentian, go and absorb all of those vengeful spirits. Yi Xian gave Wei Zhentian the order. The soul-sucking bell could absorb vengeful spirits and refine them into vengeful soul pearls. If this item was devoured by the immortal grade devouring system, it would be beneficial as well. Previously, Ghost Lord Azura had only advanced from Ghost Dome Great Emperor to Ghost Lord Azura after refining a resentment soul pearl. As for Ghost Lord Azura and the old tree, they stood guard in the surroundings. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 pure Yang true immortal. Ding! Ember Thunderfire has broken through. His cultivation has risen to rank 9 pure Yang true immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Their cultivation has risen to rank 1 Grand Unity peerless immortal. One system notification after another rang out. Yi Xian finally broke through once more. However, he didn't leave seclusion because of this, because he felt that the natural treasures were enough for him to break through twice more. Another few days passed. Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 pure Yang true immortal. Ember Thunderfire has broken through. His cultivation has risen to rank 1 Grand Unity peerless immortal. Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Their cultivation has risen to rank 2 Grand Unity peerless immortal. His cultivation had risen once more. Yi Xian estimated that Ghost Lord Azura would break through to become an immortal monarch in another 2 months or so. Yi Xian still didn't have the heart to leave seclusion after this breakthrough, because he could do it one more time. However, right at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind suddenly blew within Paradise Lost, followed by a series of terrifying laughter, and this burst of laughter was very tender, like that of a child, but it was mixed with a trace of gloominess. What happened? Yi Xian, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was slightly blank. At this moment. Ding! Wei Zhentian has died. Ding! Wei Zhentian has been revived. Yi Xian couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard 2 system notifications. What's going on? How did Wei Zhentian, a second-grade Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, die? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurriedly inquired. Are you saying that you saw a black shadow wrap around you, and then you were completely corroded? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Wei Zhentian was currently on the same level as Ghost Lord Azura. Even Ghost Lord Azura would find it difficult to kill Wei Zhentian in one hit. It seemed that something had appeared in Paradise Lost. It was so fast that even Wei Zhentian couldn't react before he was completely corroded. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, old tree, go and take a look, Yi Xian said. Immediately, the 3 of them left the cave and went out to investigate. As for Yi Xian, he continued to stay in the cave. However, not long after Ghost Lord Azura and the other 2 left, a strange laughter suddenly fell into Yi Xian's ears again. This time, it was very close. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, he happened to see a black shadow flash into the cave. I didn't sense it. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Apart from his immortal perception, he also had the eye of perception and the killer instinct. However, he didn't discover how the black shadow had entered. If he hadn't heard the laughter, he would have been ambushed. What the hell is that? Yi Xian hurriedly used the eye of revelation to take a look, but he couldn't see through the black shadow. Before he could speak, the black shadow turned into a black ray of light and pounced on Yi Xian. What a fast speed! Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly summoned Bai Ming Sun from the plant dimension and grabbed her in front of him to block the black shadow. Squelch! Bai Ming Sun, who was still cultivating, didn't know what was going on. She discovered that she was surrounded by darkness and was surrounded by the black shadow. She had the celestial demon armor. Not even a demon king could do anything to her. Thus, Yi Xian used her as a shield. Teleport. When the black shadow surrounded Bai Ming Sun, Yi Xian quickly dodged to one side, then repeatedly broke through space and hurriedly brought Old Tree and the others back. Hey, what did you do? Why are you so dark? Bai Ming Sun, who was only a rank 1 pure Yang True Immortal, asked in confusion. In truth, Yi Xian didn't know what the black shadow was either. When the black shadow saw that it couldn't devour Bai Ming Sun, it separated from her. However, right at this moment, Bai Ming Sun. You're Bai Ming Sun. The black shadow suddenly spoke in a child's voice. Bai Ming Sun was very confused when she heard this. Someone actually recognized her? What the hell are you? How do you know me? Bai Ming Sun asked in surprise. Know you? How can I not know you? It was your elder sister who destroyed my soul and sent it into this black soul sphere. When Bai Ming Sun heard this, her body trembled violently as if she suddenly remembered something. She exclaimed, You're Ghost Demon King? So you know me. That's right. I'm Ghost Demon King. The black shadow admitted. Hearing this, Yi Xian, who was not far away, trembled. Damn it. Everywhere he went, there would be trouble. He didn't expect this black shadow to be a Demon King expert when he was alive, and he was killed by Bai Ming Huayu. Now that Ghost Demon King saw Bai Ming Huayu's sister, Bai Ming Sun, it was naturally like seeing an enemy. However, Bai Ming Sun had the celestial demon armor. Even at his peak, Ghost Demon King couldn't hurt Bai Ming Sun. So it's you, you pervert. Back then, you coveted my sister's beauty and got your soul destroyed by her. I didn't expect you to be alive and living in this black soul sphere. Bai Ming Sun glanced at him in disdain and snorted. I can't kill your sister in my current condition, but I can vent my anger on you. Ghost Demon King snorted and wrapped Bai Ming Sun in it. It's useless. I have the celestial demon armor. Even at your peak, you can't hurt me. Bai Ming Sun continued. I know about this. I know I can't kill you, but I can humiliate you. Ghost Demon King started to corrode Bai Ming Sun's dress. Although this dress was not as good as the celestial demon armor, it was not an ordinary item. It was a gift from Bai Ming Sun's sister, Bai Ming Huayu. Fortunately, it was a demonic artifact. Otherwise, Bai Ming Sun would be naked now. Bastard. You're already dead, but you still don't change your nature. Yi Xian, help me kill him. Chapter 1752. Bastard. You're already dead, but you still haven't changed your nature. Yi Xian, help me kill him. Before he could finish speaking, Ghost Sovereign Azura and the other two had already made their move. At the same time, Wei Zhentian's soul-sucking bell began to ring. Tisk, tsk, tsk. This bell can collect vengeful souls, but I'm residing in this black soul sphere. Do you think you can destroy this black soul sphere with your cultivation? Demon King Spectral Soul sneered. It's not up to you to decide whether it can be destroyed or not. Yi Xian said. However, he could see how powerful this black soul sphere was. He guessed that this black soul sphere was Demon King Spectral Soul's treasure, so it should be at the level of a Demon King. It would not be easy to destroy it. Thousand severing slash. At that moment, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword. However, when the sword landed on the black soul sphere, it was useless. Right now, he was merely a rank 7 pure Yang True Immortal. Even if he were a rank 7 Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, he might not be able to succeed. This is troublesome. This bastard soul is residing in the black soul sphere. If the black soul sphere is not destroyed, I can't kill him. Now that he's enveloped Bai Ming Sun, I can't keep Bai Ming Sun in the planting space. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Elder Shu joined forces, but they could not even break through the layer of black gas defense around the black soul sphere, let alone cause any damage to it. Bai Ming Sun saw Yi Xian's expression and sent him a voice transmission. Since you can't break it, let someone else do it. Someone else? You want to inform your father directly? Yi Xian asked in shock. Bai Ming Sun's father was the Dark North Emperor. He did not need to personally deal with a puny demon king. Any one of his men could probably kill him. There's no need to trouble my father. Didn't the demon killer emperor send many men here? You can lure them here and let them deal with this pervert. Bai Ming Sun suggested. Then, how long can you last? Yi Xian asked. My sister gave me this set of clothes. Although it's not a king-tier magic tool, it's not something a pervert can easily break. It'll take at least a few months, Bai Ming Sun replied. A few months? That's enough. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately nodded, then directly broke through the void and entered. Yi Xian was merely a pure Yang True Immortal of the 6th rank. Demon Monarch Nethersoul didn't even have the desire to kill him. Still, he was quite curious about Yi Xian's abilities. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I've already corroded your interspatial ring. With that brat's strength, by the time he returns with reinforcements, you'll probably be paraded through the streets. Demon Monarch Spectral Soul suddenly laughed vulgarly. Idiot. Bai Ming Sun couldn't be bothered with him. She closed her ears so that she wouldn't be annoyed by his voice. However, she was now trapped and might be taken away by the Ghost Demon Lord. However, she knew Yi Xian's methods. It shouldn't be a problem for him to find her. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left Paradise Lost. In fact, the interspatial rings of the Masha elites he had killed previously contained a special communication device of the Masha clan. Hence, he quickly used it to contact the Masha elites nearby. I've used up all of them. When the Masha elites nearby gather in Paradise Lost, I'll be the Oriole in the back. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The Masha elites should be at the level of Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. Of course, there might be demon monarchs as well. However, Demon Monarch Spectral's soul didn't seem to be weak when he was alive. After all, he had offended Bai Minghuayu. If an ordinary Demon Monarch were to come, he would probably die there as well. When the time came, he would let the two sides fight to the death and then reap the benefits. Of course, he had to rescue Bai Mingsun. After all, Yi Xian had used her as a shield. Otherwise, Bai Mingsun wouldn't have been trapped. I'm sorry. When this is over, I'll let you stay in the planting space for a while longer. Yi Xian thought to himself. It had been some time since he kidnapped Bai Mingsun. Hence, Bai Mingsun had been cultivating in the planting space for quite some time. If he really counted, Bai Mingsun had been cultivating for dozens of years. Anyway, Bai Mingsun had the heavenly demon armor, so Yi Xian wasn't worried. As soon as the signal was sent out, the Masha elites nearby all received the news. Then, Yi Xian quickly hid and let Wei Zhentian watch from outside Paradise Lost. Bai Mingsun has a death warrant on her. She hasn't moved for the past few days. Looks like she's still in that cave. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, 3 days had passed, but not a single Masha had appeared. Just as he was feeling surprised, a few figures finally appeared in the sky. That speed, it's probably a 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Yi Xian saw them through Wei Zhentian's shared vision. At this time, these 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortals hurriedly charged into Paradise Lost. Soon, a series of loud noises could be heard, but they soon stopped. Are they all dead? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. A 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal was actually very weak. If Ghost Lord Azura wore the Mystic God armor, he might be able to put up a fight. Hence, Yi Xian was waiting for an 8th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, or perhaps a 9th-tier one. That Black Soul Sphere seems to be damaged. Even if Demon Lord Ghost was a 9th-tier Demon Lord when he was alive, his strength should have dropped by quite a bit. He's probably just a low-tier Demon Lord now. Yi Xian thought to himself. A 9th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal should be able to injure a low-tier Demon Lord. And so, Yi Xian waited for a while more. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now an 8th-tier Pure Yang True Immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a 2nd-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 3rd-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 3rd-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Yi Xian had broken through again, but his strength was still not enough to deal with Demon Lord Ghost. However, not long after Yi Xian's breakthrough, a few decent opponents finally showed up. 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals, huh? That's quite impressive. Come on, let's fight to the death. Outside Paradise Lost, Yi Xian was gloating. However, he had underestimated Demon Lord Ghost's strength. In less than half a minute, all 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals had fallen. Bai Mingsun, on the other hand, hadn't moved an inch. This meant that Demon Lord Ghost hadn't moved either. He was relying entirely on the black aura to fight. Even 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal Demon Killers have fallen. It seems that a Demon Lord expert has really come. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Chapter 1753. This was the territory of Emperor Baiming, so it was difficult for foreign demon lords to come here. Of course, that was unless the Demon Killer Emperor had spies here. That would be a different story. Subsequently, he waited for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, more and more people arrived, but they were all killed by the spectral soul demon lord. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level had risen to pure Yang True Immortal. The old tree was a 3rd stage Grand Unity Absolute Immortal, while Wei Zhentian and Demon Lord Azura were 4th stage Grand Unity Absolute Immortals. However, their strength was still not enough to enter Paradise Lost and rescue Bai Mingsun. It's time to go in and get some yin and yang rings. This way, even if the Demon Lord doesn't come, Demon Lord Azura's strength will be enough to fight Demon Lord Ghost in a few months. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura. This aura surpassed that of a grand unity absolute immortal. It should be an immortal lord. No, it should be a demon lord. Finally, a decent one. Based on the aura, this person shouldn't be a first-stage demon lord, but a second-stage demon lord. Yi Xian estimated. A second-stage demon lord was several times stronger than a first-stage demon lord. He should be able to fight Demon Lord Ghost. After all, Demon Lord Ghost was not at his peak. His remnant soul was residing in the Black Soul Sphere. His strength was probably less than 1% of his peak. A second-stage demon lord is here. I'll take the opportunity to go in and get some yin and yang rings. Yi Xian thought to himself. Seeing the second-stage demon killer enter Paradise Lost, he secretly asked Wei Zhentian to follow him. Wei Zhentian was only an immortal artifact. It did not have any aura, so it was perfect for following people. Moreover, Wei Zhentian could transform into the mystic god armor, which could greatly increase Demon Lord Azura's strength. Soon, Yi Xian saw that the second-stage demon lord was fighting with the Black Soul Sphere in Paradise Lost through Wei Zhentian's vision sharing. Both of their strengths were equally matched. However, Ghost Demon Monarch was fighting Bai Ming Sun at the same time, so he was a little distracted. A second-stage demon monarch is an existence akin to an ant when I was at my peak. Who gave you the guts to provoke me? Demon Monarch's spectral soul coldly snorted. Humph, you're just a piece of trash whose soul is residing in a magic treasure. If you're dead, then you're dead. Obediently call Bai Ming Sun out, or I'll break this Black Soul Sphere of yours. The second-grade demon monarch retaliated as he attacked. You're overestimating yourself. Watch me teach you a lesson. Enraged, Demon Lord Ghost let go of Bai Ming Sun and charged forward. Bai Ming Sun was currently just a pure yang true immortal of the first rank. Even if she ran, she wouldn't be able to run very far. Thus, the demon monarch wasn't worried at all. When the second-grade devil monarch saw that Bai Ming Sun had escaped, he immediately wanted to break through Ghost Demon Monarch's blockade and take Bai Ming Sun away. However, Demon Lord Spectral Soul was no pushover. It wouldn't be that easy to get past him. At this moment, the thin needle that Wei Zhentian had transformed into was quietly approaching Bai Ming Sun. That's strange. Where are those yin and yang rings? Could they be in the cave? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He had seen at least 50 Grand Unity Peerless Immortals enter Paradise Lost, and all of them died inside. However, he couldn't care less. He had to save Bai Ming Sun first. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the second-grade Demon Monarch were engaged in a fierce battle. Neither of them noticed Wei Zhentian, so Wei Zhentian easily got past them. Eye of the Void. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly broke through the void outside Paradise Lost and went through the void gate. He immediately spread out his immortal sense and scanned Bai Ming Sun. The absorption range of the plant space was also within the range of his immortal sense. Bai Ming Sun was enveloped by his immortal sense and immediately returned to the plant space. Aya, if you had come any later, I would have run around naked. Bai Ming Sun said excitedly. Didn't you say that you could last a few months? It's less than a month now. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, let's not talk about this. Where are the interspatial rings of those Masha experts who came to die? They're all in that cave. That pervert doesn't have a physical body, so he can't use the interspatial rings, Bai Ming Sun replied. Great. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly closed the void gate. However, when the void gate was opened, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the second-grade Demon Monarch had already discovered Yi Xian. Oh no. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch saw Bai Ming Sun suddenly disappear, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and left. However, he was still one step too late. Yi Xian opened the void gate first and entered the cave. 50 interspatial rings. Ha ha ha, I won't have to worry about it for a while. Yi Xian laughed. However, in the next moment, he heard the whistling of the wind. He quickly closed the void gate. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch had really suffered a double loss. Not only did he lose Bai Ming Sun, but he was also killed by Yi Xian. He was probably going crazy with anger. Wah, I will definitely find you, then skin you and pull out your tendons. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch's terrifying voice came from the cave. At this moment, outside Paradise Lost. I've made a killing. I think I can become a 6th grade Tai Peerless Immortal now. Yi Xian grinned. Don't laugh. Help me kill that old pervert. He raped me for more than 10 days. Disgusting. Bai Ming Sun said with an ugly expression. Although she had sealed her hearing, she was sure that Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch was constantly saying obscene things. Kill him? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. When he encountered Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch, he was distracted by Bai Ming Sun. Otherwise, all 3 of his doppelgangers would have been killed. That old pervert definitely won't dare to leave Paradise Lost in his current form. He can only wander around inside. Moreover, he's fighting a 2nd grade demon monarch now. It's a life and death battle. He might be severely injured, Bai Ming Sun said. That's true. However, even if he's severely injured, he's still a demon monarch. Demon Monarch Azura is only a 4th grade Tai Peerless Immortal now. He won't be able to defeat Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch. Yi Xian nodded. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch couldn't leave Paradise Lost. He could wait outside for 10 days to half a month. After breaking through, he would go in and kill Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the 2nd grade Demon Monarch fought for an entire day. In the end, the 2nd grade Demon Monarch couldn't defeat Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and was destroyed by the Black Soul Orb. Unfortunately, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch was very cautious. He didn't want the interspatial ring and destroyed it directly. Bastard, it seems like I have to find a place to hide. If I let that girl go back, there will definitely be experts coming. Chapter 1754. Time ticked by. After some time, Yi Xian managed to reach the Grand Unity Peerless Immortal Realm with the help of the heavenly treasures he had obtained previously. He was now a 2nd stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. Old Tree was now a 5th stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, while Wei Jintian and Azura Ghost Lord were 6th stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. Moreover, Yi Xian had allowed Wei Jintian to keep the Mystic Divine Armor as one of the 3 Dharma treasures that Wei Jintian had selected. As long as he did not change it, the Mystic Divine Armor would not disappear. Azura Ghost Lord, a 6th stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, and the Mystic Divine Armor should be enough to kill Ghost Demon King. Alright, the time is right. It's time for Ghost Demon King to die. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and ordered Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Jintian to charge in. Although Paradise Lost was huge, Wei Jintian had killed most of the vengeful spirits in it. It was not difficult to find them. Moreover, Ghost Demon King seemed to have immortal awareness. When Azura Ghost Lord stepped into the center of Paradise Lost, he suddenly appeared. I didn't kill you that day. Today, you came to me yourself. You're asking for it. Ghost Demon King did not say anything and charged at Azura Ghost Lord. Azura Ghost Lord was now a 6th stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. After wearing the Mystic Divine Armor, his combat strength was outstanding. Grip of the Underworld. Before Ghost Demon King could get close, Azura Ghost Lord grabbed him from afar. This invisible force instantly reduced Ghost Demon King's speed by half. What? Ghost Demon King was shocked. How could a 6th stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal do this? Impossible. Before he could react, Old Shu appeared in a flash. 9 heavenly dragons suddenly flew out and slammed into Demon Monarch Ghost's body. Boom! Old Tree's cultivation level was low, and he was not as strong as Azura Ghost Lord. However, his move was not weak. It dispersed most of the black gas surrounding Ghost Demon King. Grip of the underworld, double grip. Kacha. As the Azura ghost venerate closed his hands, a crisp sound rang out. This was the sound of the Black Soul Sphere shattering. In the previous battle, the Black Soul Sphere that the Ghost Demon Monarch was residing in had suffered a lot of damage, so there were already cracks on it. Now that Ghost Lord Azura had clawed at it, the crack had become even bigger. Not good, let's go. Realizing that something was wrong, Demon Monarch's spectral soul quickly turned around. You can only wander in Paradise Lost. Where can you escape to? Outside Paradise Lost, Yi Xian burst out laughing. Although Demon Lord Spectral Soul did not know why Ghost Lord Azura was so powerful, he knew that if he continued to fight, he would most likely die today. Therefore, he could only flee. You want to leave? Not so easy. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly gave Wei Zhentian an order from afar. After that, Wei Zhentian transformed into an enormous axe. Sky Splitter Axe, die. With the Sky Splitter Axe in hand, Ghost Lord Azura slashed at the Black Soul Sphere that the Ghost Demon Monarch was residing in. Although the Sky Splitter Axe did not hit the Black Soul Sphere, the force instantly split the entire Paradise Lost apart. Kacha. Another crisp sound rang out. However, this time, the entire Black Soul Sphere was split apart. A wisp of black smoke rose from the Black Soul Sphere. This was the remnant soul of Demon Monarch Spectral Soul. Destroy him, or else he'll be able to find another place to stay and linger on. Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and entered. Wei Zhentian could also transform into the soul-sucking bell today. With a crisp sound, the remnant soul of Demon Monarch Spectral Soul was sucked into the soul-sucking bell. No, Demon Monarch Spectral Soul's voice rang out in Paradise Lost. The Mystic God armor was actually one of the 3 Dharma treasures from the previous day. However, after Wei Zhentian transformed into the Mystic God armor, he did not change it again. However, the Mystic God armor was not among the 3 Dharma treasures today. Therefore, after Wei Zhentian transformed into the Sky Splitter Axe, he could not revert back to the Mystic God armor. He could only transform into the Soul-Sucking Bell and the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan. This was a loophole in the form of the Dharma treasure that Yi Xian took advantage of. Now that Demon Monarch Spectral Soul was sucked into the Soul-Sucking Bell, he was instantly refined into the Resentful Soul Pearl. Little Baiming, I have avenged you. Yi Xian said to Baiming Sun, who was in the planting space. Great, that old pervert is finally dead. Humph. Baiming Sun snorted. It was a pity that the interspatial ring of the 2nd grade Demon Monarch was destroyed by Demon Monarch Spectral Soul. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have made a huge profit. However, that Black Soul Sphere was also a treasure. After all, it was used by Demon Monarch Spectral Soul when he was alive. Although it was damaged, it was still a treasure. However, when Yi Xian put the Black Soul Sphere that was split in half into the devouring space, a system notification suddenly sounded out. Ding! This item can be fused with Ember of Thunder Fire. Will you fuse it now? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He'd encountered another fortuitous encounter. Old Tree was now a Tier 5 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal, 1 tier lower than Azura Ghost Lord. Moreover, his grade was not high enough. If he could level up again, his strength would definitely soar, and he would become one of Yi Xian's valiant generals again. Yi Xian chose to fuse immediately. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has evolved into Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord. Ding! Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord has broken through the shackles of his cultivation level. Ding! Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord has broken through. Currently a Tier 6 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row. Following that, Yi Xian was completely stunned on the spot. Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord had broken through the shackles of his cultivation level? Tier 6 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal? Previously, the Old Tree and Yi Xian had signed a mutual growth contract. The Old Tree's cultivation level could not exceed Yi Xian's by 3 tiers. Yi Xian was a second-grade primordial unity absolute immortal, so the old tree was at most a tier 5 primordial unity absolute immortal. But now, the old tree had broken through the shackles. He had broken through from 3 tiers to 4, the same level as Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. This was a joyous occasion. Yi Xian immediately checked the Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord's skills. Flaming Underworld Soul Locking Chain, Flaming Underworld Soul Crushing Tablet, Nether Fire Doppelganger, Nether Soul Shattering Strike. Yi Xian murmured. These 4 skills were the upgraded versions of 9 Dragons Thunder Chain, 9 Dragons Thunder Fire Dome, 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, and 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. After leveling up, the old tree's human form did not change. But his true form had changed from a body of thunder and fire to a purplish-black spectral ghostly form. The original spectral ghostly form was black, but the demon heart in the old tree was the purple demon heart. Hence, the purplish color was the purple demon fire. Come, let's fight. Yi Xian suddenly said with interest. This battle was between the newly ascended Flaming Abyss Ghostly Lord, Old Shu against Azura Ghostly Lord and Wei Zhentian. Simply put, it was 1 against 2. To watch the show, Bai Ming Sun was also summoned. When she saw the battle clearly, she was so shocked that she could not speak. Who are you? Chapter 1755. It's a secret. Yi Xian pretended to be deep in thought. Bai Ming Sun was the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. She was a high-ranked 9 Heavens Xian immortal at birth, and after a few thousand years of cultivation, she became a pure Yang true immortal. However, Yi Xian didn't have the same background as Bai Ming Sun. He had to climb his way up by himself. This was all thanks to the immortal grade devouring system, so this was his secret that he couldn't reveal to anyone. Rumble. Quite a commotion was going on in Paradise Lost. After this breakthrough, the old tree's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even Wei Zhentian and Azura weren't a match for the old tree alone. Moreover, the old tree had only been using the Hellfire clone all this time. He hadn't used the other 3 skills at all. The matter was over. Not only did they gain a huge advantage this time, but the old tree also broke through again. Yi Xian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Since that was the case, they had to continue their journey to Flower Rain territory. Yi Xian was now a second-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, while the old tree, Wei Zhentian, and Azura were all 6th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. They were strong enough to fight against demon lords. This strength was enough for them to reach Flower Rain territory. Yi Xian immediately continued his journey. Before he became a pure Yang true immortal, it would take him at least 100,000 years to reach Flower Rain territory from Sky Devil territory. But now that he was a Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, his speed was at least 1,000,000 times faster than before. After all, he was more than a dozen realms away from now. If he increased his speed by 5 times for each realm, it would be more than 1,000,000 times faster. Simply put, with his current speed, it would take him less than a month to reach Flower Rain King's territory. Of course, it would take him quite a bit of time to find the overlord of Flower Rain territory, Bai Ming Huayu. During the journey, Yi Xian kept an eye on Wei Zhentian's 3 magic treasures. On the 3rd day, he finally saw the Cloud Boots of Ascension. After transforming into the Immortal Ascension Steps, Wei Zhentian, a 6th-grade Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, was even faster than his flying sword form. Even the old tree might not be able to match his speed. He estimated that Yi Xian would only need half a month to reach Flowery Flower territory. No, perhaps not even half a month, because during this period of time, he could continue to break through. At that time, it would only take 7 days. Yi Xian's main objective was to go to Flower Rain King's territory, but he still managed to get a lot of good stuff along the way. During this period of time, he had also broken through from 2nd-grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal to 3rd-grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal. As for the old tree and the other 2, they had naturally reached 7th-grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal. Wei Zhentian didn't need to join the battle. Moreover, the old tree had evolved. If it joined forces with the Ghost Lord Azura, its strength would be explosively strong. Therefore, Wei Zhentian didn't need to join the battle. He just maintained his immortal ascension steps and waited for the battle to end before continuing his journey. Soon, they arrived at the border of Flower Shower King territory. Their journey was smooth, and they didn't encounter any major incidents. However, just as they stepped into Flower Shower King territory, they suddenly sensed several powerful auras. Fourth grade demon monarch? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With his current realm, he naturally couldn't sense the other party's aura. However, the old tree, a 7th grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal, could. A 4th grade demon monarch was a realm higher than the old tree. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of such strength. Get rid of him. Yi Xian ordered the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord Azura. In an instant, the old tree disappeared. He used the Nether Flame clone to flash over. 2 7th grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortals against a 4th grade Demon Monarch. If this happened anywhere else, it would be impossible. However, the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord both had the strength to challenge those of higher realms. They weren't afraid of a 4th grade Demon Monarch. Grasp of the Netherworld. Inferno's soul-locking chain. Azura Ghost Lord Azura's grasp of the Netherworld never missed and could almost lock the opponent. Coupled with the old tree's new skill, the Inferno's soul-locking chain, the 4th grade Demon Monarch was instantly trapped. The Inferno's soul-locking chain also had a soul-sucking effect, causing the 4th grade Demon Monarch's soul to tremble as if it was about to be ripped out. Then, Azura Ghost Lord and the old tree launched a joint attack, instantly suppressing the 4th grade Demon Monarch. Not long after, the 4th stage Demon Monarch fell at the hands of the two, turning into a corpse that gradually turned cold. This 4th grade Demon Monarch isn't from the Masha clan, but he's clearly here for me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he went over and took the 4th grade Demon Monarch's interspatial ring. Inside, there was a portrait of him and Bai Ming Sun. It seemed that this 4th grade Demon Monarch was a spy in Flower Shower King territory. Flower Shower King territory is next to Shura Sovereign's territory. This is the border, so it's normal for enemies to have eyes and ears. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't pay any more attention. After all, he was famous now. However, the main fighting force in Flower Shower King territory was the Demon Monarchs. Perhaps there were high-level Demon Monarch spies. If Yi Xian ran into them, he would die a horrible death. Therefore, after entering Flower Shower King territory, Yi Xian had to change his appearance and keep a low profile. Unfortunately, his identity as an immortal cultivator could not be changed. As long as one was a demonic cultivator, they would be able to sense it. Now that he was in Flower Shower King territory, the next step was to go to the central main city and find Bai Ming Sun's sister, Bai Ming Huayu. The journey would take at least a month if he broke through on the way. Following that, Yi Xian started his boring journey again. However, not long after, Bai Ming Sun felt a bit disgusted. Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen Bai Ming Huayu for a long time, but she took the initiative to ask Bai Ming Huayu. Why are you here? A gentle voice came from the communication magic crystal. Sister, send someone to pick me up. Bai Ming Sun reported their current location to Bai Ming Huayu. Alright, you wait there. Then, Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun waited there. Some demon cultivators passed by, but Yi Xian took care of them all. However, on the 3rd day, a powerful aura that made Yi Xian's heart palpitate appeared. A high-level demon monarch? Yi Xian's expression changed, but he soon calmed down. After all, they were waiting for Bai Ming Huayu's people to pick them up. But to Yi Xian's surprise, there was something wrong with the newcomer. TSK, finally found you. A chilling laugh entered Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun's ears. They turned around and saw a bald old man standing in the air, smirking at Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun. Is it your sister's people? Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted to Bai Ming Sun. I don't know. Bai Ming Sun shook her head. But this person didn't seem like it. Chapter 1756. At this moment, Yi Xian was ready for a fight. The bald old man in front of him was at least a 7th-rank demon lord. If they were to fight, Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord might not be able to do much, but they should at least cover his escape. Just as Yi Xian was still thinking, the bald old man moved. He stretched out his hand, and an invisible force immediately enveloped Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun. Not good. Seeing this, Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun's expressions changed. This person was probably not sent by Bai Ming Huayu. This is troublesome. However, Yi Xian still had a trump card, which was time reversal. At most, he could start all over again. Bai Ming Huayu's little princess is friends with a cultivator. How strange. The bald old man grinned. Now, Yi Xian was sure that this old man was not sent by Bai Ming Huayu. This time, he was in big trouble. It seemed that he had to use time reversal to go back in time and leave as soon as possible. However, just as Yi Xian was about to do so, a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly descended. You're courting death. A voice sounded. Then, a stream of light quickly broke through the void and pierced through the bald old man's demon heart. Die. Yi Xian, who was about to use time reversal, suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in black. Second miss, I'm late to protect you. The middle-aged man in black did not take the Qian Kun ring. Instead, he quickly rushed to Bai Ming Sun and knelt down on one knee. If he was a spy, he did not need to do this at all. After all, with his strength, he could take Bai Ming Sun away by force. You were sent by my sister to pick me up, right? Bai Ming Sun asked. Yes. The middle-aged man in black nodded and said, I'm the chief steward of the Overlord's mansion. The Overlord sent me to pick you up. After he finished, he could not help but glance at Yi Xian. He's my friend. Take us to my sister. Bai Ming Sun did not waste time and said directly. Yes. The middle-aged man in black didn't dare to ask any more questions and left with Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun. He was a 9th-grade demon king, an invincible existence in Flower Rain Royal Territory, second only to Demon King Bai Ming Huayu. With such an expert leading the way, Yi Xian had a much easier time. In less than 2 days, they arrived at Flower Rain City. Before he even entered, Yi Xian could already sense powerful auras. They were all high-level demon lords. Flower Rain Territory's Overlord Manor was independent of the city, so there were many experts there. The middle-aged man in black placed Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun on the ground. Then, a graceful figure came out of the mansion. This was a woman in a blue dress. She had a beautiful face and a tall figure. Her realm was so powerful that it made Ghost Lord Azura and the old tree's hearts palpitate. Sister. When Bai Ming Sun saw this woman, she immediately jumped into her arms and called out affectionately. This woman was Bai Ming Huayu, the overlord of Flower Rain Royal Territory and the eldest daughter of Emperor Bai Ming. Girl, what are you doing here instead of staying in your own territory? Bai Ming Huayu fondled Sun's hair affectionately and asked softly. I'm here to bring someone to see you. Sun turned to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a cultivator, so he couldn't hide from Huayu's eyes. At the same time, Huayu also knew that Bai Ming Sun could come all the way to Flower Rain Royal Territory because of Yi Xian. Otherwise, Bai Ming Sun wouldn't be able to come to Flower Rain Royal Territory even if she was given 1 million, 10 million, or 1 trillion years. Who is he? Huayu asked. He's Yi Xian from the immortal world. He's a friend of brother-in-law. Bai Ming Sun explained. A friend of the little demon king? Bai Ming Huayu found it hard to believe that the little demon king had a cultivator as a friend, and one who wasn't even a grand unity immortal yet. How rare. It's true. He knows brother-in-law's name, so I brought him here to see you. Sun continued. He knows his name? Now, Bai Ming Huayu believed her. After all, not many people knew the little demon king's name. His body was destroyed in the immortal world, and he was lucky enough to obtain an origin demon body. He's in seclusion now, so I won't go. Huayu said. I know. That origin demon body is my nephew. Yi Xian replied. Now, Bai Ming Huayu and Bai Ming Sun understood why Yi Xian knew the little demon king. Then is there a way to get to Flower Rain royal territory quickly? Yi Xian asked. He came to the demon realm to find the little demon king, because the little demon king had a friend who knew how to refine the heavenly demon heart. We don't have any portals to other territories. If you want to get to Flower Rain royal territory, you'll have to travel by yourself from the border. Bai Ming Huayu said. Then is there a way to get to Shura sovereign's border? Yi Xian asked again. Flower Rain royal territory shared a border with Wuxia sovereign's territory, while Dark North sovereign's and Shura sovereign's borders were on the other side. If a ghost were to fly, how long would it take? It took Yi Xian almost half a year to get from Sky Demon territory to Flower Rain royal territory, and it would take at least a few years to get from Flower Rain royal territory to the border. If he wanted to break through, it would take at least half a year. If there was a portals, it would save him a lot of time. There is a special teleportation array in my Flower Rain royal territory's Territory Lord Manor. Only I, Bai Ming Huayu, can activate it. I can teleport you to the Dark North royal territory, and then you can transfer to the border. Bai Ming Huayu said. If that's the case, then thank you. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Wait, I'll go too. Bai Ming Sun suddenly said. What are you going to do? Bai Ming Huayu raised an eyebrow. I'm bored to death as an overlord. I want to take a look at Shura sovereign's territory. Bai Ming Sun replied. No. Bai Ming Huayu refused directly. You may have the heavenly demon armor, but no one can guarantee your safety in Shura sovereign's territory. Didn't father say that my heavenly demon armor can withstand a 9th grade demon king's attack? Why would it be dangerous? Bai Ming Sun was surprised. But don't forget, the Shura sovereign is a temperamental person. Although he hasn't had any conflicts with father all these years, if he were to really fight, even father wouldn't dare to guarantee that he would win against him, Bai Ming Huayu said. Ugh, Bai Ming Sun was a little unhappy. She pouted and looked unhappy. Chapter 1757. What made Yi Xian feel the most helpless was that if that was the case, why did the little demon go to the Shura sovereign? However, he didn't care so much. He had to find the little demon first. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over at a rapid speed. Lord, the people from the Whirlwind Royal Territory are here. The person reported. Here? Isn't it still half a year? Bai Ming Huayu was slightly surprised. It seems that they can't wait to get that mineral vein. Sister, what mineral vein? Bai Ming Sun asked curiously. It's a immortal crystal mineral vein. The production is amazing, but because it's at the border of the Flower Rain Royal Territory and the Whirlwind Royal Territory, we decided to bet. Bai Ming Huayu said, best of 3, 1 for those under the Demon Monarch, 1 for those under the Demon Monarch, and 1 for me and the Whirlwind Royal Lord. Then I want to watch too. I haven't seen sister fight for a long time. Bai Ming Sun's eyes lit up. Okay, then let's go. Bai Ming Huayu nodded. The bet didn't take long, so Bai Ming Sun was fine even if she went. As for Yi Xian, she would postpone it for now. Sister, do you have a candidate for the battle under the Demon Monarch? Bai Ming Sun asked again. I have a talented demonic cultivator in the royal manor. He cultivates the Blood Moon demon heart, and is almost invincible among those of the same level. He should be able to win a battle. Bai Ming Huayu said. Hearing this, Bai Ming Sun rolled her eyes. Sister, how about I introduce someone to you? He's also very strong, and can definitely help you win the battle. Bai Ming Huayu looked at Bai Ming Sun in surprise. Who is it? When Bai Ming Sun was speaking, Yi Xian understood what she meant. The person she wanted to introduce was none other than the old tree who had just finished his breakthrough. Without waiting for Bai Ming Sun to speak, Yi Xian directly summoned the 3 old tree. As soon as they appeared, the 2 inexplicable auras shocked the black-clothed middle-aged man and Bai Ming Huayu. If they hadn't sensed that the old tree and Ghost Lord Azura were only Grand Unity peerless immortals, they would have attacked them already. Sister, these 2 have signed a contract with Yi Xian. Don't underestimate them just because they're grand unity peerless immortals. They've killed a demon lord before, right? Bai Ming Sun giggled and continued, Sister, do you still remember that demon lord spectral soul? He did not die. There was a strand of his remnant soul residing in the black soul sphere. His strength was comparable to a second-stage demon monarch, but he was later dealt with by Yi Xian and the others. Spectral soul demon monarch? Bai Ming Huayu was shocked. She naturally knew this name because demon lord spectral soul was once her subordinate. However, he offended her and was killed by her. Not to mention her, even this black-clothed middle-aged man recognized him. Who would have thought that he was actually still alive? Killing a second-grade demon monarch? Not bad. Bai Ming Huayu nodded in satisfaction. The old tree and ghost lord Azura were both grand unity peerless immortals. There was a difference of 4 levels between them and a second-grade demon monarch. To be able to challenge someone who was 4 levels above them was not something an ordinary person could do. That's not all. When we entered the Flower Rain royal territory, there was another 4th-grade demon monarch. He should have been sent by the demon killer emperor to capture me. In the end, he was killed by them as well. Bai Ming Sun had a smug look on her face, as though the old tree and ghost lord Azura were both her subordinates. A 4th-grade demon monarch? 6 levels above them? Bai Ming Huayu found it hard to believe. If someone had killed a 2nd-grade demon monarch who was 4 levels above them, she might have believed it. But to kill a 4th-grade demon monarch who was 6 levels above them, that was a bit too unbelievable. Sister, I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can call that genius out and let them fight first, Bai Ming Sun suggested. Bai Ming Huayu trusted this little sister of hers quite a bit. However, Bai Ming Sun was still only a 1st-grade pure Yang True immortal. If she encountered a battle between a high-ranked pure Yang True immortal, she might not be able to see it clearly. Let alone a battle between a grand unity peerless immortal and a demon monarch. All right. Go call Bian Yuanzhou out. Bai Ming Huayu nodded. She decided to give it a try. After all, it wasn't time for the battle yet. The people from the Whirlwind Royal Territory had only come earlier. Upon hearing this, the black-robed middle-aged man nodded. He quickly flew into the territory lord's estate, then called out a youth. This youth had golden skin. Aside from that, he looked no different from a human. He was a 9th-grade grand unity peerless immortal, only a single step away from becoming a demon monarch. Despite his appearance, he had actually trained for tens of thousands of years. Of course, in front of Bai Ming Huayu, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he was just a junior. Territory Lord. The golden-skinned youth said respectfully. Bian Yuanzhou is the strongest expert in our territory lord's estate, second only to the demon monarch. At the same time, he's also a member of the Golden Fiend race. He's refined a Golden Flame Fiend heart, and his physique is extremely powerful, Bai Ming Huayu said. Yi Xian, send someone out to defeat him. If you defeat my sister, you'll definitely be rewarded, Bai Ming Huayu said. Yi Xian understood this as well. Bian Yuanzhou was originally representing the Flower Rain royal territory. If Old Tree or Azura Ghost Lord defeated him, they could represent the Flower Rain royal territory. Their chances of winning would be higher. When that time came, would they have to worry about lacking cultivation resources? After all, Bai Ming Huayu wasn't just the Flower Rain royal territory's overlord, she was also the eldest daughter of Emperor Bai Ming. When Bian Yuanzhou heard that he was going to be challenged, he was slightly displeased. However, this was the overlord's wish, so he couldn't refute it. After all, he was always the one challenging others. How could he be the one being challenged? Oh, Old Tree. Who's up? Yi Xian glanced over. A 9th-grade grand unity peerless immortal. Even Yi Xian himself could probably fight him, let alone Old Tree's trio. Not even a demon monarch. I choose to give up. Old Tree shrugged. Then, Azura Ghost Lord shook his head and took a step back. They weren't afraid, but felt that Bian Yuanzhou's cultivation was too low. Only Wei Zhentian was left. Like Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian couldn't speak. However, he was one of Yi Xian's earliest subordinates. He had followed Yi Xian for many years and obeyed Yi Xian's every command. He wasn't a bully like the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord. He directly asked Yi Xian to fight. Humph, don't even think about challenging someone of a higher level. Bian Yuanzhou couldn't help but snort. He thought that old tree and Azura Ghost Lord were afraid. Yi Xian, have you decided? Bai Mingsun asked. All right, Wei Zhentian it is. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Wei Zhentian transformed into a flying sword. What? This sword? Bian Yuanzhou understood Yi Xian's meaning. He was instantly enraged. Even Bai Minghuayu didn't want to say anything. If it was the old tree, it might have been possible. After all, the old tree refined the purple demon heart, which was a grade higher than the golden flame demon heart. Chapter 1758. Don't underestimate Wei Zhentian. Go. Yi Xian gave the order without hesitation. Whoosh. 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 Wei Zhentian was as swift as Yi Xian. When Yi Xian gave the order, he flew toward Duanling Tian. Wei Zhentian, a 7th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, arrived in front of Bian Yuanzhou in the blink of an eye. Although it was a sneak attack, Bian Yuanzhou had underestimated Wei Zhentian. If he did not teach him a lesson, Bian Yuanzhou would not take him seriously. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Facing Wei Zhentian's sneak attack, Bian Yuanzhou extended his right hand and sent Wei Zhentian flying. However, he knew that he had underestimated Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian's speed alone was enough to make him take him seriously. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows. Crisp sounds rang out and entered everyone's ears. This celestial artifact does not seem to be controlled by you. Did it give birth to an artifact spirit? Bai Minghuayu asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. This Wei Zhentian has the ability to change its form. It's so fun. I'll ask my father to refine a demonic artifact like this for me one day, Bai Mingsun said. Bian Yuanzhou was not weak. After all, he was nurtured by Bai Minghuayu with a large amount of natural treasures just for this battle. Therefore, he was able to fight Wei Zhentian to a draw. However, as a 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, it was humiliating for him to fight to a draw with a 3rd grade Tai Peerless Immortal celestial artifact. Nevertheless, Wei Zhentian's strength was not limited to this. Wei Zhentian, end this battle with the heavenly appraising lots. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian, in the form of a flying sword, turned into 9 lots and attacked Bian Yuanzhou. What? Bian Yuanzhou was shocked. The heavenly appraising lots were faster than the flying sword and arrived in front of him in an instant. Before he could react, the 9 heavenly judgment lots pierced into his chest one after another, almost piercing through his demon heart. The outcome of this battle had been decided. Not bad. Bai Minghuayu nodded in satisfaction. Bian Yuanzhou was from the Golden Demon tribe and had refined the Golden Flame Demon Heart. His physique was already above average among those of the same level. Even Bai Minghuayu herself might not be able to match Bian Yuanzhou when she was a 9th tier Tai Peerless Immortal. However, the 9 heavenly judgment lots had so easily broken through Bian Yuanzhou's defenses and almost killed Bian Yuanzhou. This was sufficient to prove Wei Zhentian's strength. Bian Yuanzhou was defeated and his face was dark. Enduring the pain, he knelt on one knee and said, Yuanzhou has disappointed the overlord, please punish me. Although one of them had lost, Bai Minghuayu was not angry at all. This meant that Wei Zhentian was stronger than Bian Yuanzhou. However, a single artifact could not participate in the gambling battle. How is their strength compared to this immortal treasure? Bai Minghuayu's gaze landed on the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord. Bonehead is stronger than this Wei Zhentian. That bald old man is even stronger. He once fought against 2 people alone, and he didn't even use his full strength. Bai Mingsun jumped out and said. Alright, if you can help me win this battle, I will give you a satisfactory reward. Bai Ming Huayu said directly. Thank you very much, City Lord. Yi Xian cupped his fist in gratitude. Old Tree was the strongest, so the old tree was the one to fight. This way, they would have a 90% chance of winning. After all, the old tree was also a demonic cultivator. Moreover, Bai Ming Huayu had decided to teleport him to the border. This favor had to be returned. Don't forget, after some time, Yi Xian would be able to break through again. At that time, the old tree would break through to the 8th grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. There would be no one below the demonic monarch realm who could be his opponent. In order to obtain that immortal crystal vein as soon as possible, Bai Ming Huayu was a little impatient. She directly brought Yi Xian, Bai Ming Sun, and that black-clothed middle-aged man and set off. The location of the battle was right outside the immortal crystal vein. Those from Whirling Edge Royal Territory felt that victory was in their grasp, so they directly waited outside the immortal crystal vein. While Bai Ming Huayu was leading the way, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he started to devour treasures again. Ding! Host has broken through to the 4th grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yan Ming Ghostly Lord have broken through to the 8th grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. System notifications rang out one after another. After sensing the change in aura, Bai Ming Huayu and the black-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian, but they didn't say anything. In their eyes, there was no difference between a 3rd grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm and a 4th grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. 3 days later, Bai Ming Huayu brought the group to the Immortal Crystal Vein. This Immortal Crystal Vein was jointly set up by Bai Ming Huayu and Whirling Edge Royal Lord. Only the winner of the battle could own this Immortal Crystal Vein. When Bai Ming Huayu arrived, there were already 3 figures outside the Immortal Crystal Vein. A 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, a 9th grade Demon Lord, and a 1st grade Demon King, Whirling Edge Royal Lord. Lord Huayu, how have you been? Whirling Edge Royal Lord couldn't help but smile when he saw Bai Ming Huayu. Let's skip the pleasantries, Bai Ming Huayu said directly. Alright, but Lord Huayu, the person you brought is a little off. Whirling Edge Royal Lord said, then turned to Old Tree, who was behind Yi Xian. In Bai Ming Huayu's group, besides Yi Xian, the 4th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, there was only the 8th grade Old Tree. Under normal circumstances, a 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal should be the one to fight. Why did they bring an 8th grade Tai Peerless Immortal? In our battle, one of the requirements is below the Demon Lord level. We didn't say that it has to be a 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, Bai Ming Huayu corrected. When Whirlwind Horde Lord heard this, he subconsciously sized up Old Shu. He had heard that there was a Bian Yuanzhou in the Horde Lord's mansion, but the one who came today was not Bian Yuanzhou. It seemed that Old Shu was stronger than Bian Yuanzhou. Purple Demon Heart? I see. Whirling Edge Royal Lord saw through the clues. The purple Extreme Demon Heart was indeed stronger than the average Demon Heart. That was understandable. Since that's the case, let's begin. Whirling Edge Royal Lord, what level do you want to bet on first? Bai Ming Huayu asked. Below the Demon Lord level, Whirling Edge Royal Lord said. Since Bai Ming Huayu had brought an 8th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, even if he cultivated the purple Demon Heart, it wouldn't be easy to win with the difference in level. Alright. Bai Ming Huayu raised her eyebrows. It seemed that they were going to win the next battle. The 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal of Whirling Edge Royal Territory walked out, followed by Old Tree, who had joined Bai Ming Huayu's group. Chapter 1759. Whirlwind Horde Lord will be the judge. Bai Ming Huayu had Whirlwind Horde Lord announce the start of the battle just in case. Alright, let's begin. Whirlwind Horde Lord didn't hold back and directly announced. But in the next moment, he was shocked. When his voice fell into everyone's ears, Old Tree directly used Nether Fire Clone and flashed behind his opponent. Bang! With a muffled sound, Old Tree's fist directly pierced through his opponent's heart. His demon heart exploded, and he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Old Tree had won this battle. How is this possible? Whirlwind Horde Lord and the 9th grade Demon Monarch were shocked. Their opponent was a genius they had carefully cultivated for this battle, but he was instantly killed by their opponent. How was this possible? Whirlwind Horde Lord, thank you for letting me win. Bai Ming Huayu said with a smile on her face. There was no suspense in this battle at all. They had won this battle for free, which was really a good deal. Even the Demon King Whirlwind Horde Lord was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that someone of his level would make such a mistake. Next, let's let Horde Lord Huayu decide. I don't care if it's the Demon Monarch or the two of us fighting. Whirlwind Horde Lord said. Then let's fight the Demon Monarch. Bai Ming Huayu said. She and Whirlwind Horde Lord were both first-grade Demon Kings. If they fought, he would definitely win. However, she wanted to hide her strength, so she let the black-clothed middle-aged man fight on her behalf. All right. Whirlwind Horde Lord didn't waste time. The next battle was a battle between 9th grade Demon Monarchs. As long as they won this battle, Bai Ming Huayu would be able to obtain this huge immortal crystal load, which was enough to raise the Flower Rain Royal Territory's level. Whirlwind Royal Territory sent out a 9th grade Demon Monarch Elder, while Flower Rain Royal Territory sent out a black-clothed middle-aged man. Both of them were 9th grade Demon Monarchs, but they had never fought before, so they didn't know who was stronger. Because this was a bet between demonic cultivators, one side had to fall. In other words, if the Whirlwind Royal Territory lost this time, then they would suffer a crushing defeat. Not only would they lose the immortal crystal vein, they would also lose a general. Bai Ming Huayu was very confident in this black-clothed middle-aged man. After all, this black-clothed middle-aged man was her #1 general. The black-robed middle-aged man was already more than 10 million years old, but due to his limited talent, he couldn't break through to the Demon King level. However, his strength was enough to challenge a Demon King. With him in the battle, they would definitely win this battle. Then, Bai Ming Huayu wouldn't need to participate. On the other side, the Whirling Edge Royal Region did not know the background of the middle-aged man in black, because they only knew that he was Bai Ming Huayu's supervisor. In truth, they weren't confident in winning this battle, but it didn't matter. Start. Said. In an instant, the old man and the black-clothed middle-aged man began to fight. Boom. 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 A series of muffled sounds entered everyone's ears. At first glance, the strength of the two was actually on par with each other. Beezes, how is it? Bai Ming Sun could not help but send a message to Bai Ming Huayu. Don't worry, we will definitely win this battle. Bai Ming Huayu replied. Yes. Hearing this, Bai Ming Sun didn't say much, even though she couldn't see the battle. Not only that, even the old tree, who was an 8th rank Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, couldn't see their movements clearly. He could only tell from the sounds that they were fighting fiercely. In fact, the two of them had not used their full strength, but the black-clothed middle-aged man was holding back more. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill his opponent instantly. The two of them fought for a full 10 seconds. As a Demon King, the Whirlwind Horde Lord's expression slowly sank. He wasn't worried that the old man would be killed. Instead, he was wondering if his next move would succeed. This time, the bet on the immortal crystal load was fake. Whirlwind Horde Lord's real intention was to capture Bai Ming Huayu, the Emperor's eldest daughter, as a hostage. However, to his surprise, the youngest daughter of the Emperor of Bai Ming Sun, had also come. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. If the Whirlwind Horde Lord lost this battle, then the people hiding in the surroundings would take action. If the Whirlwind Horde Lord won, then it would be a 1-to-1 situation. At that time, the Whirlwind Horde Lord, who had already broken through to 2nd rank Demon King, would personally take action. Anyway, it all depended on this battle. On the battlefield, the two figures kept flashing, and the two pairs of demon wings were terrifyingly large. The black-clothed middle-aged man was from the Winged Demon clan, which was more useful than the demon wings, so he had the upper hand. However, at this moment. Good chance. The black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly found a flaw in his opponent's defense and punched out. Bang! The powerful shadow of the black fist smashed into the old man's chest, directly bursting his chest, revealing the beating demon heart. Not good. The old man's expression changed drastically. With his chest bursting open, the next step would be dangerous. If he wasn't careful, his demon heart would shatter. At the same time, the Whirlwind Horde Lord saw this scene and quickly took out a horn and blew it. Woo 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 woo, this horn was a demon tool, and its sound could be transmitted to a very far place. However, when the horn sounded, a figure slowly appeared in the sky. It was the old man of the Whirlwind Horde Lord, who had already been killed by the black-clothed middle-aged man. What's going on? Yi Xian, Old Tree, Bai Ming Sun, and the black-clothed middle-aged man were at a loss when they heard this sound. However, they all had a bad feeling. This might be an ambush. Yi Feng, protect them. Bai Ming Huayu said to the black-clothed middle-aged man with a calm expression. Yes, Lord. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. Although Bai Ming Huayu was only a first-grade devil king, her strength was frighteningly strong. The black-clothed middle-aged man believed that if he was a first-rank demon king, he wouldn't be Bai Ming Huayu's opponent. Even if he was a second- or third-rank demon king, he still wouldn't be able to. Who was Bai Ming Huayu? She was the eldest daughter of the Emperor of the North Sea. If the Emperor of the North Sea dared to let his daughter become a lord at the border, then he must have some life-saving means, such as the heavenly demon armor. Or perhaps, she had the protection of an expert. Whirlwind Horde Lord, who dares to ambush me? Bai Ming Huayu couldn't help but ask. Since Lord Huayu knows it's an ambush, why didn't you leave? It seems like you have some protection. Whirlwind Horde Lord said, I guess Lord Huayu should have a heavenly demon armor on her, right? So what? Bai Ming Huayu said. Chapter 1760. Are you so confident that you can capture me alive? Bai Ming Huayu raised her eyebrows and asked. This time, Whirlwind Horde Lord did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at the sky. 3 figures had already flown over from the horizon. However, none of them were demonic cultivators, nor were they demons. They were 3 immortal beast eagles. Whistling wind eagles? Bai Ming Huayu recognized them at first glance. That's right. These are 3 third-grade king-level whistling wind eagles. Horde Lord Huayu, surrender yourself. Whirlwind Horde Lord made his move. Since you're so confident, I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. Bai Ming Huayu naturally would not surrender so easily. Instead, she went up to meet him. However, her opponent was not only the second-grade Demon King Whirlwind Horde Lord, but also the 3 third-grade Demon King level Whistling Wind Eagles. I borrowed this Whistling Wind Horn from my father. It can control 3 third-grade Demon King level Whistling Wind Eagles. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Whirlwind Horde Lord snorted in his heart. His initial goal was to capture Bai Ming Huayu and claim credit from the Demon Killer Emperor. However, Bai Ming Sun was also the Emperor's daughter. Hence, he quickly ordered 2 of the Whistling Wind Eagles to attack Bai Ming Sun. Although the black-clothed middle-aged man was strong, he was only a 9th-grade Demon King. It would not be easy for him to block 2 Whistling Wind Eagles alone. However, to everyone's surprise, crack! A faint sound was heard. Bai Ming Huayu, who was only a 1st-grade Demon King, actually shattered the demon heart of the 2nd-grade Demon King Whirlwind Horde Lord. Instant kill. Even the Whirlwind Horde Lord himself hadn't expected such a scene. He was actually defeated by someone who was a level above him. Moreover, it was an instant kill. The daughter of the Emperor of Bai Ming Sun was indeed extraordinary. However, at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. A figure who was hiding in the surroundings quickly made his move. Insidious guy, you finally made your move. Following that, an unfamiliar voice was heard. Another figure appeared. In an instant, the 2 of them began to fight. Moreover, the aura they emitted was extremely powerful. 9th grade Devil King. Of these two 9th grade Devil Kings, one was a bodyguard sent by the Dark North Emperor to Bai Minghuayu, while the other was sent by the Devil Killer Emperor. The moment Bai Minghuayu's bodyguards appeared, their auras enveloped the 3 whistling wind condors in the air. Then, they were easily killed by Bai Minghuayu. "Miss, take the others and leave first. I'll deal with this treacherous guy," a middle-aged man in armor said. "You think you can stop me?" The subordinate sent by the Wuxia Emperor was a black-robed man with long hair. He was skilled in concealment. If not for the middle-aged man's strength, he wouldn't have been able to discover him. Although Bai Minghuayu was strong, she wasn't strong enough to fight against a 9th grade Devil King. Therefore, she didn't say anything and left with the group after sending a message to the middle-aged man. "I didn't expect there to be another expert here. The Wuxia Emperor is too sinister." Bai Mingsun couldn't help but say. "Although you and I have the heavenly demon armor, the Wuxia Emperor is the Devil Killer Emperor. If we fall into his hands, we will definitely become his bargaining chip to threaten Father," Bai Minghuayu said. "Then why did Father allow Sister to be the overlord here?" Bai Mingsun asked. Bai Minghuayu paused and said, "Because I'm willing to be the bait to lure the Wuxia Emperor." "What bait?" Bai Mingsun asked. However, right after she finished speaking, a voice rang out. "What? There's another person?" A cry of surprise came from behind. The owner of this voice was the long-haired man under the Wuxia Emperor. "There's not only one 9th grade Devil King protecting me. There are actually 2 that Father has been secretly cultivating. This time, they want to kill one of the Wuxia Emperor's generals," Bai Minghuayu said. Now, Bai Mingsun understood. This was a conspiracy, and it wasn't small. But if it succeeded, they would be able to kill one of the Wuxia Emperor's generals. "Even I don't know." Bai Mingsun pouted. "You're still young, of course you don't know," Bai Minghuayu said with a smile. Bai Mingsun was only a few thousand years old, not even 10,000 years old. Moreover, she was only a first-grade pure young true immortal. It was normal for her not to know these secrets. In any case, they had won this battle. Compared to the immortal crystal mine and the whirlwind royal territory, the life of a 9th grade Devil King was much more important. Even if the former increased in value by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, it still couldn't compare to a 9th grade Devil King. Not long later, the armored middle-aged man caught up to Bai Minghuayu, accompanied by a strange man. "Miss, the execution has been carried out," the armored middle-aged man said. "Good. Thank you, uncles." Bai Minghuayu smiled. Afterwards, the 2 9th grade Devil Kings led Bai Minghuayu and the others back to the Overlord's estate. The speed of a 9th grade Devil King wasn't just for show. In less than an hour, they had returned. "Yi Xian, this time, you've helped me win a battle. This is your reward." After returning to the Overlord's estate, Bai Minghuayu took out a yin and yang ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "Overlord, this," Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and didn't accept it. This time, it was a trap set by the Emperor of Baiming. Although the old tree had won a battle, it didn't do much. "That's a separate matter. Besides, you're Qi Su's friend," Bai Minghuayu said. If it was someone else, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't reject it. But Bai Minghuayu was the fiancé of the little demon king, so they were friends. However, since she had already said so, Yi Xian couldn't reject it anymore and accepted it. As expected, the amount of things in this yin and yang ring was huge. It should be enough for him to break through to the 5th grade Devil Monarch realm. There were also some seeds of heaven and earth treasures in this ring. Yi Xian immediately got someone to plant them in the planting space. Ding! The planting space's level has increased. The current level is level 10. A system notification sounded. A level 10 planting space was much bigger. Most importantly, the flow of space had increased from 400 times to 800 times. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 800 days inside. It was godly. Alright, my mission is complete. I don't need to stay in the Flower Rain Royal Territory anymore. Let's go to the Royal Territory. Bai Minghuayu said. Yi Xian nodded slightly. In the Flower Rain Royal Territory's overlord's estate, there was a teleportation formation that only Bai Minghuayu could activate. The reason why Bai Minghuayu stayed at the border was to be a bait to lure the demon killer emperor. Now that her plan had succeeded, she didn't need to be a small overlord anymore. Chapter 1761. When Yi Xian was in the Flower Rain Territory's Lord's Manor, he could already feel a powerful aura. However, when he arrived at the Dark North Royal Territory, he almost couldn't breathe. One had to know that the average cultivation level in the Royal Territory was the Demon King realm. In a situation where Demon Kings were everywhere, his Tai Peerless Immortal cultivation level was nothing. Not to mention Tai Peerless Immortals, even Demon Kings were nothing. Fortunately, Bai Minghuayu was here. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have to kneel on the ground as soon as he landed. Let's go. I'll bring you to the border's teleportation array. Bai Minghuayu didn't say anything and brought Yi Xian to another teleportation array. Along the way, many people sensed Yi Xian's identity as a cultivator and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. How did the eldest daughter of the Dark North Royal Territory know such a cultivator? Moreover, his cultivation level was so low. However, they didn't dare to speak because there were 2 9th-grade Demon King bodyguards behind them. From here, you can teleport to the border's Demon Sun Royal Territory. However, with your identity as a cultivator, I'm afraid you'll become a rat on the street. Bai Minghuayu then said to someone behind her, Yifeng, you send him over. Yifeng was the general manager of the Flower Rain Territory, a 9th-grade Demon King. Although his strength was the weakest in the Dark North Royal Territory, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go to the Chaos Royal Territory. Although Little Demon King was one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign, his cultivation level was the lowest. The other 17 were all 9th-grade Demon Kings, but he was only a 3rd-grade Demon King. Therefore, Little Demon King was also known as the Heavenly King with the most potential. Of course, most of them were ridiculing him. No need. I also want to experience it. Yi Xian refused directly. How could he level up if he brought someone along? If that's the case, then I won't say much. Bai Minghuayu didn't continue. In her impression, Yi Xian wasn't a stupid person. He shouldn't die so easily. At this time, Bai Mingsun was still looking at Bai Minghuayu, trying to persuade her. However, Bai Minghuayu was determined not to let her leave. Whoosh! The teleportation portal began to operate. Yi Xian stepped into it and was teleported away in no time. Their destination was the Demon Sun Royal Territory. It was a royal territory similar to the Flower Rain Royal Territory, and its lord was a 1st-grade Devil King. Currently, Yi Xian was a Tier 4 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, while the Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian were all Tier 8 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. They would probably break through again in a few more days. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to take action after breaking through. After all, they had plenty of time. Several days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a Tier 5 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yan Ming Ghostly Lord have broken through. They are now 9th-grade Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. The 3 from the Old Tree had all broken through to Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. They were only one step away from becoming Immortal Lords. The Demon Yang Royal Territory belongs to the Emperor of the Dark North. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. The Emperor of the Dark North was Bai Minghuayu's father, and Bai Minghuayu was the Little Demon King's fiancé. Therefore, the Emperor of the Dark North was the Little Demon King's father-in-law. It wasn't good to rob a friend's territory. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to leave as soon as possible. However, along the way, there were still many who came to throw their lives away. Although he didn't take the initiative to rob, he didn't reject those who came to throw their lives away. When he passed through the Demon Yang Royal Territory and arrived at the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory, which belonged to the Shura Royal Territory, his cultivation level had increased again. He was now a Tier 6 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. As for the old tree, Wei Zhentian, and Azura Ghost Lord, they had all broken through to Immortal Lord. However, their strength was still not enough to find the little Demon King. Let's go. Let's rob. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and started to act according to his plan. His plan was to rob the entire Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. Once he was done, he would have enough to go to the Demon Sun Royal Territory. In fact, he didn't need to worry about heavenly treasures. After all, the things that Bai Ming Huayu gave him were enough for him to break through to Demon Lord. What he needed now was time. However, he felt that it was too hard to stay in seclusion, so he came out for a stroll. The old tree and the other two were now Immortal Lords. According to the demonic cultivators, they were Demon Lords. As Tier 1 Demon Lords, they had outstanding combat strength. If they joined forces, even a Tier 7 Demon Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Instead, they might be killed. Although this strength couldn't sweep through the entire Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory, as long as he was given time, it would be enough. A few days later. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a Tier 7 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. The few of them broke through again, and their strength soared. However, just as he was about to continue to rob, he found an interesting map in one of the Qian Kuan rings. Land of Devouring? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had the immortal grade devouring system. Without this magical thing, he wouldn't have been able to ascend to the immortal realm. He would probably still be a cripple. Therefore, he was very sensitive to the word devouring. The map showed that there was a place called the Land of Devouring in the northwest of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. There was also a description on it. The Land of Devouring was occupied by a powerful king-grade immortal beast. Those who entered would die without leaving behind a corpse. Even the Lord of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory was afraid of it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. How long had it been since he last saw the devouring beast? This king-grade immortal beast devoured everything. Could it be the devouring beast? As long as he could kill this king-grade immortal beast, he would be able to obtain one devouring point. At that time, he would be able to strengthen his bloodline and become stronger. Devouring beast? Let me see if you are the one. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and hurriedly rushed to the northwest of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. The Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory was considered big. Yi Xian used the immortal ascension steps to rush over, but it still took him a lot of time. When he arrived at the Land of Devouring, he had already broken through to the 8th grade Tai Sovereign Celestial Realm. The old tree and the other two were 3rd grade Immortal Lords. This realm was enough for them to do whatever they wanted in the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. However, when he arrived, his eye of revelation saw a group of demonic cultivators fleeing in panic. The strongest ones seemed to be the 3 9th grade Immortal Lords. Could it be that they want to enter the Land of Devouring to kill that immortal beast? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. 9th grade Immortal Lords, and there were 3 of them. In addition to the others, their strength was enough to contend with a Demon King. Such a group of people had a gloomy expression. They quickly left the Land of Devouring as if their buttocks were on fire. They must have been frightened by that immortal beast. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but be curious. He really wanted to enter the Land of Devouring to see if that immortal beast was the devouring beast that he was looking for.